Hey kids, shake it loose together. Spotlight's hitting something that is bound to change the weather. We're gonna kill the fatted calf tonight, so stick around. You're gonna hear electric music, solid waves of sound. So here at the Orloff Inspirational Network, it is I believe the 24th weekly Dum-Dum meeting, held every Thursday, Friday night, whatever day we can make it happen here in Rural Retreat, Virginia, at the Hotel Orloff. Built 5 years prior to the Civil War. And we've got some incredible special guests tonight. Let's see if anybody's commenting yet. Oh, yeah, let's see. Missing Mars says, Gratu. Hello, friend. Yes, hello, Mr. Mars. Yes, I had this show scheduled, but somehow it had been clicked to private, so it didn't show up that it was coming. But I just figured that out. So this is the link if you want to come on, and we've got some special guests that are planning to come on. And let's we've got a conflict this evening. There's a Donald Trump town hall that I've been watching. I came home from work, had dinner, and I'm watching Donald Trump. So you guys want to come on and watch Donald Trump with me? And we're going to be seeing some incredible comics later. You really won't believe it. It will be beyond belief, astonishing, in fact.
I said, I think he's got that one wrong. It's not the one you're supposed to hit. I mean, it's the biggest risk we have. Nuclear weapons, the power of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt the entire military, jets, everything. I built it, including nuclear, and I hated to build the nuclear, but I got to know firsthand the power of that stuff. And I'll tell you what.
What? Come on, man.
We have to be totally prepared. We have to be absolutely prepared.
What's going on here?
Question, the answer should have been hit the nuclear first.
What? Okay, hold on. What is it?
That's why they should. That's what if they're going to do it.
Oh, there we go.
If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But we'll find out whatever their plans are. But great question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Mr. President, I don't think you get enough credit for what you did today. I mean, that really was historical.
Well, it's almost Christmas here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. Oh, and I got a wonderful present in the mail from Meyer Greenblatt. Let's go ahead and do an unboxing of this.
World War III before we get there. The way it's going right now. Look at Russia with Ukraine. That's a disaster. Look at the Middle East. It's exploding all over the place. And we have people that, look, we have a president that spends most of his time on the beach sleeping. I never saw a guy could sleep in front of a camera. Does anybody think of it? I don't sleep that much. I toss and turn. I think. I'm always thinking. Do you ever do that? You're sweating and you're thinking. And
all right.
Trying to figure out how to beat this one, that. Look, how to make our country great. But I toss and I turn. This guy just falls asleep on the beach like there's nothing to it. I wish I had that ability. That's one ability he has that I do not have. And I wouldn't mind having it. I could use a little extra sleep. But we are going to do things with our country. You just have to be respected.
Got to plug this phone in.
Fake news, a lot of fake news back there, by the way. But the fake news, they call him a strong man. He's the head of Hungary. And we have, and he's, very strong guy, very tough guy. But I mean, more than that, he's a very smart guy. And they said, why is the world blowing up? You have the Middle East is blowing up. You have Ukraine.
Right. So,
catastrophe. You talk about
this is the Filmation Joker, as seen in the 1967 cartoon that was on the air when the Adam West Ward series was running. Saturday morning there was a Batman cartoon, and then in the around 77, Filmation had another Batman cartoon using the same designs, but they added Batmite to it.
Right, soldier?
This is from McFarlane Toys. So.
But No, he said that
Let's
you built back
remove
the
it
White House. You're not going to have all of
from
that
its
stuff that's gonna heal.
plastic
October
prison.
7th would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. They weren't giving money to Hezbollah. They weren't giving money to anybody, any of these delegates of terror, a lot of different names, but it's always of terror.
Interesting.
And there was no money for Hamas. And now you look.
Oh, yeah, I remember
Because
these modern action figures. You got to have scissors to break them out completely.
4 years we had, and I wanted to talk about it during the 4 years, but that's never smart, right, Robert? That's never smart to do.
They had some nail clippers. Where are they?
Yeah, we had no attacks. We had none of this stuff going on. We defeated ISIS, by the way. We took ISIS. We defeated them in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I rebuilt the military, and we had a military, and we had great generals, not the television guys, by the way, the real generals. I'm talking about like Raising Cane, General Raising Cane.
All right, so
But we defeated ISIS.
I don't have any scissors handy, but I do have some nail clippers.
A great military, and we have a military that's not woke. We may have a few people on the top that are woke, and we're going to get rid of them so damn fast. Your head's going to.
Yeah, he just said he's going to change the name of
Yeah, he's not kidding.
Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg. I like that.
And every single world leader that we met with said that they need to be back and you'd be tough on China. They said the other people won't be tough on China, but you'll be tough on China.
Well, even China likes it. China wants to see a little stability too, but I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs, and they paid it. And frankly, we had a good relationship with President.
All right.
But they paid.
The Joker is free.
Billions of dollars. No other president.
Comes with a little
10 cents, not
newspaper.
not 10 cents, but hundreds of billions of
Damn.
dollars. And you know what?
Who could
More
read that?
importantly, they respected your country. They don't respect us anymore. They respect.
Wayne Industries unveils futuristic personal computers, the Daily News.
Our next question is from Sarah. Sarah is a VA advocate. Sarah?
Okay. Says gas war. Little miniature newspaper.
As you know, you talked about
Gotham's waterscape card takes the road by storm. Downtown Gotham's dazzling disco scene. So they're going with the theme that this was a 1970s cartoon.
Not tonight, but you just saw him this summer, so he was so happy to.
Is he supposed to be able to hold this? What kind of?
I want to talk about.
Not sure what you do with that.
Community care, and you empowered veterans to choose.
But it's a Joker. Let's go put the Joker in the Batman room.
I was so proud to stand with you many times in the White House as you signed historic.
Can you guys even hear me? Let me know if you guys can hear the sound. Because there's a giant solar storm. It's actually, you know, they say tonight where I'm at, you could possibly see the Northern Lights. So maybe we'll see the Northern Lights during tonight's live extravaganza. Yeah, there's some giant solar flare that might interrupt communications, possibly. Well, hold on. There we go. No problem with the ballast, possibly there. Okay. I guess I could put the Joker next to my childhood Joker. Things seem to have fallen over here. Oh, Shiza. Yeah. Let's put him here. Whoops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. The Joker is added. All right. Amazing. Well, At some point, we should be seeing Last Frontier Comics should be dropping by with an unboxing of some new comics. And possibly Gotham City Comics, if he's not too busy, will drop in and show some new things he's gotten at his store down in Mesa, Arizona. And um, who knows what else will happen this evening? Possibly nothing. And you've been tricked. All right. Let's go watch Donald Trump until people drop in. We're going to have a special broadcast on election night. You won't believe it. It'll be so spectacular.
But we have a lot of views negotiated, but you do have things out to get yourself fixed up and you have no problems. It was one of the best things we ever did. And now this group of lunatics that don't give a damn about the military, they're making you go through that waiting of 4, 5, 6 months again. And our people can't have, we have great doctors, but they can't handle the loads. And we're gonna go back, we get back in, we're going back to that, right? We're going back to it immediately. You're gonna be in great shape, Sarah. You and your husband are gonna be in great shape. And thank you very much. Incredible.
Thank you, Sarah.
Incredible, indeed.
We have someone that, and before we ask his question, I wanted to read this to the crowd. He had actually written a letter to you after you'd been shot in Pennsylvania. Dear President Trump, watching you during the Butler rally and you getting back up, both my wife and I gave a sigh of relief as well as a few tears. I would be honored if
Someone's coming in here.
a small token I received as a young Marine in Vietnam.
Why it's
My
Meyer
wife and I
Greenblatt.
both thought it appropriate. God bless you,
Hey,
your
Meyer.
family, and the United States of America.
I'll turn the sound down a little bit. I'm recording and I can always watch it later.
Yeah, I've been watching that too, but I'm a little bit further ahead of you than you're behind.
Thank you.
How's everybody doing? Hope you're all doing okay out there.
Whoa.
Having a good Friday.
Check, it's cash.
Well, thank you for that cool Joker figure, and thanks for dropping in. I was dying out here, man.
Oh, you're welcome. I heard you. You know
That's right.
what
I
I
gotta
do
turn the sound up on this thing. Hold on. Okay, no, okay, now I can hear.
with that figure and that little newspaper. What I did,
Yeah.
and I kind of figured out what I think it's for. So you bend his arms at the elbows and put them forward a little bit. He's got one hand that's open like this that will hold one side of the paper. The other hand is a fist, but if you put it in the same position, the paper fits right there. And if you put it down a little bit below his head, put his head back, I think it's emulating probably something from the show where he's holding a paper and he's laughing above it. You know what I'm saying? So he's kind of supposed to be holding the paper in front of himself, reading and laughing that he's caused the gas war or something like that, I think.
Yeah, it seems like I remember that image. That was a stock image they would use.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
There was also this stock image filmation we use of, it seems like people running, and it would be used in Flash Gordon. It would be used in Star Trek. It would be used in any show where they need a group of people running. It would be rotoscoped. Yeah.
This is a
Yeah,
new fact. Some of you
the
might have heard this, but
any of those
you can hit
filmation
the ear
half hour. Those are all good, great shows. I love them all.
part of the
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't mind being hit that way.
As a kid, I was annoyed by the bat mite, but later I realized bat mite was legitimately part of the history of the Batman comic book. I didn't realize that then because I wasn't around in the 50s.
So
As opposed to Herbie the robot in the Fantastic Four cartoon, that was never part of the
right.
comic.
I was okay with both of them though. I was okay with both of them because just the idea of seeing a cartoon of comic heroes that was halfway good, that was acceptable, then I was excited about it. So I was okay with both of them. And I was going to mention in that line, I didn't think that they had made a Batmite figure, but they actually did. They made a Commissioner Gordon figure that looks just like he did in the cartoon, and he comes with a little Batmite that's in scale with the figure, so he's probably like 3 inches tall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
I didn't mind any of it. I was just happy to see cartoons that were
yeah,
somewhat like superheroes in comic book.
yeah, sure. Yeah,
The same with like Spider-Man and his amazing friends with Firestar and the Human Torch or whoever that was. It was like Goofy with the dog. They were all living in an apartment that looked
yeah.
like a dream house. I was okay with that too. I watched every single one. I watched them every Saturday, even when I was like seventh, eighth, ninth grade. I watched cartoons all the way up till I was in the army, and then I was in army. I was in the army with guys that still watched. It was very common for guys in the barracks to still watch Saturday morning cartoons. It was like still happening. Everybody would be in the day room Saturday morning doing their laundry downstairs watching cartoons, especially during the era of Pee Wee's Playhouse. So Pee Wee's
Oh,
Playhouse would come on at like 10 or 10:30 in the morning, which would give you a
mm,
little time to maybe sleep in. So nobody cared about Shirt Tails and the Care Bears or whatever, but we were still getting up to watch certain shows. And like if Thundar the Barbarian was still on or in reruns, everybody would be watching Thundar the Barbarian in the barracks. That's for sure.
yeah. That show was good. Yeah, that was great. That was Kirby, and Pee Wee's Playhouse was just one of those phenomenal things that
Yeah.
will never be duplicated. And yeah, I don't know what else there was. Yeah, I kind of was getting disenchanted with a lot of it. But
Hmm.
what I liked is that there were local stations that weren't networks that were running the old stuff, Tennessee Tuxedo and Go
Right.
Go Gophers and the Marvel superheroes
Uh-huh.
stuff that, once you see the 60s versions, of the Fantastic Four, then it's harder to accept the 78 Fantastic Four with Herbie, but because you saw, well, they were able to do it so great, you know, you know, relatively great, but compare, I mean, the comic book didn't equal the comic book, but Missing Mars is giving Meyer a high five. So what have I been up to this week?
How was your Friday? How was this week? How did Friday go on the bus?
It's just an okay week, and I I guess I what I like to do is uh man, I just mostly when I'm not working, I'm kind of asleep. I talked to Kevin at Gotham City Comics, and he got in. Oh, this is important. He got in some cool magazines. There's a new magazine called Cryptology, and it's a monster magazine, but not a monster magazine like Famous Monsters. It covers everything. It's kind of like what the Monster Times really did this, whereas it would cover monsters in comic books, movies, in commercials. Because there was a really great VW Bug ad in the early '70s where they did stop motion animation of King Kong coming down off the Empire State Building and getting into a giant VW Bug. Uh, that was great. And they would cover the monster cereals. They would cover everything. But anyway, there's this new magazine called Cryptology, and it's from the Two Morrows Company. So that came in. He got 10 copies, which is something that no other comic store in the United States, I'm sure, did. But he knew that people that I guess that watch this channel would see it. But that's not a magazine that would sell to. I'm sure most comic stores ordered one copy or no copies of that Cryptology, and then there's a new. I think that Retro Fan magazine has a Space Ghost cover, and either today or in a couple of days, there's a new issue of Castle of Frankenstein out. Uh, so, um,
If you were in Kamala's position, wouldn't you have stopped
Man.
that?
Do you know this? Is she a congressman? This Luna from Florida? Do you know that
No,
lady?
I don't know. I don't know who she is.
I guess she's the one that's heading up this town hall with Trump.
Yeah, she seems connected. She seems connected to Fort Bragg somehow. I'm not sure how she's connected to
Yeah,
Fort
well,
Bragg.
Trump just said he's going to change it back to Fort Bragg from Fort Liberty on day one. I don't know if you
Yeah,
heard
I
that
heard him
part.
say that too. I heard that.
I just do it because
What is going on here, man?
I also like he heard. Well, I don't know if you got to that part yet, but he talks about Veterans Choice too.
Oh yeah,
About how
I'm watching this on a delay.
yeah,
Actually, I rewound. He may actually be finished now. I
but
rewound
he
it
made a
about
really
25
important
minutes.
statement about Veterans Choice in healthcare because of the quality of care at the VA being so low, and how veterans should be able to be able to choose their health care, choose their providers, and
I
so he's
didn't
going
realize he fired all
so
those
he's going to
people in
put
the
that
VA that
back
were.
in from
I'm
day
sorry,
one.
talking over you.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that
Oh, you go
back.
ahead. I can't hear anything.
stadiums many times.
You go
He
ahead.
said he's going to reinstate it when he gets back in office.
Right. Well, he said
Rain.
that he fired all these people that were messing up the VA, and that Biden put them all back in. And is that
Yeah,
what
you
you
can't
were
really
just
fire
saying?
people at the VA, is what he said. It's very
But
difficult to get people fired there. It's a mess. It's not good.
but but they all got put back in with back pay by Biden. He
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Anyway, Missing Mars says, Meyer, what's the big move date?
Very soon.
And Friar Tuck, you guys stocking up on toilet paper? Yes, we've done that. Well, I mean, everybody's kind of doing that now because it's a lot of rumors going around. Gratu Earl. Oh, this is my wife accidentally on as me. Actually, yes, Friar Tuck. Because whoops, I was on as Gratu. And then Friar Tuck is doing his Fonzie thing, and Heimeyer says Greta, and Missing Mars is missing Gratu. Hello, and Missing Mars says Mrs. Gratu. Okay, someone's coming in. Oh, it's Last Frontier. Fantastic. At the stage. Hello, Last Frontier. Hello, Scott.
Hi guys.
What's going on?
Hey.
I'm
So let me turn this sound down. I'll watch Trump later. This is the reason I did this on Friday. One of the reasons. I think I may start doing this on Friday actually, as it seems to work out okay with my wife. She kind of likes it when on days when she doesn't work because then she can watch the show. So I thought she might not want me to do it on Friday, but it's not like there's anywhere to go. There's one movie theater here, and all they're playing is some Transformers prequel that I don't think anyone wants. At least I don't want to see.
Our policies, we had
I lucked
Brandon.
out this Friday. I'm off this Friday. I work nights.
Oh, you
Oh,
do?
good.
Yeah,
Oh,
But yeah, you were saying today and Sunday are your best days, or is that
yeah,
in
yeah.
general or just this week?
Just this week. Sundays is always my best day because I'm off, and on Saturdays I visit the grandkids.
Oh, okay. Well, Sunday, maybe we could make Sunday kind of a halfway regular thing then, and you could come on and show stuff, and maybe people they're interested in stuff can contact you. So, anyway, so you're based out of, was it New York again?
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. Why can't I remember that? Um, and so you said you contacted me the other day and said you've got some new stuff.
Yeah, I got some stuff in that I got from my collection, and I got other stuff too. So
Oh, cool. Let's see. Let me try to get the right layout here. Uh, ooh, that's the wrong way. Okay. Well, yeah. What do you got? Let's see
all right. Well, the
it.
first thing I just all this stuff I got either yesterday or today.
All right.
This is another classic
Oh no,
thing.
that's how they mailed
nothing.
it to you.
No
Yeah,
backing board, no cardboard, nothing.
nothing. I haven't opened it. I'm gonna see if the board has even bagged the book.
Oh, you're actually opening it live on the show.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No cheating. I always open things in advance and pretend to be opening it on the show.
And it's in a notebook sleeve.
That's great.
But believe it or not, it survived pretty well.
Yeah.
It's just a Betty and Veronica 137.
Well, wait. That sounds pretty good. Ooh, yeah.
That looks nice.
Nice. Yeah. Is that something for your collection or for you to sell?
I'm probably going to sell this one. It was cheap, so it was too cheap to pass up. So
Yeah.
it's only like a very good, so it's going to be sold. I got a box. So this I got as for something to read eventually. I've been trying to get a lot of stuff to read, so when I finally slow down and have time, I have a lot of stuff to read.
Yeah.
You probably already have these.
Well, you'd be surprised how shitty my comic collection is. Like, I don't have that Betty and Veronica. That to me, that's amazing. Looks like it's from about 1967.
Yeah, I got these this Fantagraphics.
Oh,
It
I
should have
think
been.
I know what that's going to be. I think I know. Is that in the Days of Rockets? No, it's the Venus. Yes, I do actually have that. I got that
Nice.
from Gotham City Comics. Yeah, that is tremendous. Um, yeah,
Yeah, it's a nice looking book.
it is very nice. Yeah,
I love Atlas stuff. So
yeah, that's the second of three Atlas books that have been done. The new one is science fiction. It's called In the Days of Rockets.
uh,
First one was horror.
all right, these are the books that are for my collection.
Oh,
A couple war books.
oh. Are you picking the stuff up from eBay or what sources?
This right here, this one is from eBay.
Okay.
Try to open it without slicing anything.
Hey Meyer, could you contact Kevin and let him know I'm on live?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Lately, people haven't been getting notifications. I think YouTube's upset that I might vote for Trump. Might? What am I saying? I will. I will. Oh my gosh.
This is Battle 20.
Uh-huh.
Take it out of the bag. It'll look. Won't have the
Since
glue.
it's not something you're reselling, would you be able to tell us, or maybe you don't want to tell us how much you paid for it? It's okay if you don't. But I'm just
This one was. This was only like $40.
okay. My wife says she's so glad she registered to vote. Yeah, we got her in just in time and got her ID so she can vote. Yeah, that's good. I mean, that's what is that about 1952, 53 Korean War probably? Well,
20. Yeah,
definitely.
this is like. I think this is probably around 53.
Yeah, height of the Korean War.
Let's see. Surprised it's not dated. But yeah, it's. Oh, there it is. Yep, 53.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's neat. And that's from is what company is that? An Atlas? Yeah.
Tap.
pretty good. Yeah, that's a great find.
And this one's Fighting Marines number 15.
Okay.
This one is it has a Matt Baker cover, but what's unusual about this cover, Matt Baker cover, there's no women on it.
Mm-hmm.
This was from 1951.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out how to get women on
Yeah, the war book.
the beach, and yeah, they're not just going to be in bikinis during combat. Yeah, that's great.
Now these I'm going to show. I got one more box, but I'll wait until after I show these.
Sure.
Um, these are books I'm selling. That I got in. I got a. This is a weird Wonder Tales. It's a Bronze Age Marvel, but the thing
Uh-huh.
that's unusual about this is it's a 30-cent variant, test variant,
Oh,
price variant there.
I might have. It's possible I could have the price variant and not know it because I lived in San Antonio, and yeah, I have that issue. Oh,
Yeah,
I don't have anything that looks that weird with a 30 cent like that. No. But I think San Antonio was at least one of the test markets for those price variants.
yeah, this one's like a very fine.
Neat. Yeah, that stuff's great. But I almost positive I have that issue.
Reprints all the Atlas sci-fi stuff and everything.
Yeah, fantastic. So that's one you're selling?
Yep, these books I'm going to show you now are ones I'm selling. I got in.
Hmm.
This is a showcase, DC showcase number 44.
Ooh,
Tommy Tomorrow and the Planeteers.
yeah,
It's a fine.
that's great. Aesop's Fable says, I don't think that's a test market book.
Oh, it is. Yeah, because it was originally 25 cents.
Yeah, that was the 25 cent time period for sure. About 1975, 70, whatever, 76. Because I remember where I was living at that point, and we
So
moved
do
so
you
often.
remember how important those 5 cent increases were? So they were really important to me. So from 25 to 30, to 30 to 35, from 35 to 40, that period, right? I was like working for my money in seventh and eighth and ninth grade. So every little 5 cent added up and it counted and it made a difference. And I remember being pissed off about it, about how
Yeah.
quickly it jumped from 25 cents to 40 cents in like 4 years or something. For 5 years, it felt like.
Oh yeah, it was the 70s. It was ridiculous. The 70s started at 15 cents, and it was by the end of the 70s. What were you at? 50 cents, um, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like
And
50 cents. I think 79, 80.
yeah, then right about that time, DC started their dollar book line, and yeah, yeah, that's pretty much the end. But that's because we went off the gold standard in what's 72, and then and all kinds of other. reasons. Um,
I love Jekyll Island.
Jekyll Island.
yeah.
Yeah, they would at the time. I remember them always saying it was because of the rising cost of paper. That's what Stan Lee would always say, like in the bullpen bulletin. He would say the rising cost of paper. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's who knows.
And this is a pretty good book. This is a Brave and the Bold 34,
Hmm.
first Silver Age Hawkman.
Oh shoot. Well, that's gonna that's gonna be an expensive book for whoever buys it, I guess. Damn, that's in good shape too.
It's like a VG fine.
What do you think that would sell for approximately?
Uh, I'm probably gonna have this priced about $395.
Okay.
It has a nice date stamp on it. I know some people don't like it, but it's I believe it says December 23rd, 1960.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, the
That's nice.
people that don't like date stamps are morons, and hopefully they're unsubscribing from this channel because I don't even want to. Date stamps are fantastic because to me, a comic book is not some object to be put into plastic and on a wall. It's an actual connection, like a time machine to that time period. And so, to me, a comic from 1960 and the rock and roll music from 1960 and the movies from 1960 all go together as part of that kid culture and the TV shows from 1960. I I look at comics very differently from the average moron.
Yeah,
Let's
I look.
see. Oh, my wife is pointing out. Yeah, I know I was. It says, Grotz, you're accidentally making Illuminati hand gestures, which convinces me that people accidentally do that all the time. Yeah, I was going to point out, I was just doing this. And I'm not, it's not that I'm trying to say I'm part of the New World Order, ladies and gentlemen, but I just do it, you know? It's like Spock would do that, but he probably was, Leonard Nimoy probably was basing that on.
You mentioned Jekyll Island, so then you
Yeah.
made the hand gesture, to
I've
signal.
been doing that all night. It's yes, I'm a high level Mason, ladies and gentlemen.
Good old Woodrow Wilson. Um, this is a Charlton. This is Blue Beetle, Volume 2, Number 2, 1964.
Shit. You got so much. That's
This is
great.
fine.
What approximately would that sell for?
Believe it or not, it's fairly cheap. It's only between like $15 and $20.
Oh shit. Oh man.
I'm surprised how cheap some of these Charltons are from that time period, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I love them, but so people did you get any contact after last Saturday's show from anybody watching the show?
No.
I, I didn't think so. I tend to think, wow, I'm a big YouTube star. That's hilarious.
Well, that's not the reason I came on, anyways, you
No,
know?
I know, but I still would like to help you out. Like Kevin from Gotham City Comics stole $1,000 at a $1,000 sale of X-Men books because 2 days after he showed it on my show from one of the viewers. But Imp says you or yo, and that's not you. He's saying yo. And my wife says, when Last Frontier said good old Woodrow Wilson, I cracked up. Yes, yes, we're all aware of how the world works here on the Orloff Inspirational Network.
This one is Captain Atom, number 88, Charlton, 1967. Or is
Ooh,
it? Let me check. Double check. I don't want to say the wrong date. Yep, 67.
yeah, that looks like the ones that Modern Comics was reprinting in the late '70s. That they were reprinting right around that time period of Charlton. Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. Um, and these are all just things you recently acquired. How did you acquire these? Were they all
Um,
from one person?
these I acquired within the past year.
Okay.
Yeah, I get them in collections. Like right now, I'm working on a big Dell collection. I'm hoping to get.
Oh, cool. What's your timetable on that? Looks like Trump must have ended 20 minutes ago because he's just now ending for me because I'm not on normal human time.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm just we're in the beginning stages, but
Maybe there'll be some Melvin monsters in there. Imp says,
uh,
let's see some early Sea Devils. Eh,
it the collections from the it goes from the middle 40s
Oh,
until like the early 60s.
oh, damn.
And
That's
there's a
good.
lot of Disney and Western in it.
Is it all original? Is this all the original owner of these comics? That
Yes.
Oh man, okay,
Well, actually, it was left to them from their.
okay. Oh yeah, it's a single collection from one owner originally. Yeah.
This is a Captain Adam 80.
Oh, nice, nice colors on that. Oh, that's cool. My wife says Trump is the best. He's beautiful, and Imsh is waving the flags.
Yeah, he was
Well,
really good tonight in Fayetteville with that Vietnam vet that presented him with his Purple Heart.
oh, I didn't see that part yet. I'm going to rewatch
Yeah,
it later.
he's very Trump is very deft, or what would you call it? I mean, the way that he doesn't even think on his feet. He reacts perfectly in these social situations under the spotlight with a microphone. He handled it really, really well, and he helped the guy out on the stage, and it was a moving moment. It was nice.
Yeah.
This one's Tales to Suspense 46.
Ooh.
Crimson Dynamo.
Ooh. Wow. Right. Yeah, that's great. That's one of the very first. Do you know about how many appearances in that is for Iron
Uh,
Man?
the seventh.
Okay. So what ballpark would that price be?
This one right here is like a VG, so it's like about $100.
Okay, Gold Key Geezer says hello, and Laura Van Gilder says some like what is that, a quotation mark? I don't know what that is. But hello, Laura Van Gilder.
He's really small, whatever it was. It was little.
Yeah, my eyes are.
Two
I'm gonna have to
apostrophes.
get my magnifying glass out to see what that is. It appears to be maybe a one-eyed smiling face, like a
Oh,
cyclops. Inch says, as Americans were getting to the point of the Dulung Bridge scene in Apocalypse Now. Dolung, or however it's pronounced. Yes. Not to be political or anything. All right. Well, these comics are fantastic, man.
Let's see.
This is like a dream.
This one I got in a few months ago. I don't think I'm gonna sell it though. I'm debating because it's such a hard book to find.
I would
But
never be able to sell any of these books.
this
Meyer,
is
did you contact Kevin, or were you able to?
yes, I messaged him, but I haven't heard back. So
Okay.
if I
All
don't
right.
hear back from him, it usually means he's busy with something. So he
Yeah,
might
he
be.
probably is. Yeah.
this is GI Combat 87. It's a nice dive bomber cover.
Oh,
The first haunted tank.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That's great. Uh, Imp says, "Where's that showcase for?" Well, who cares with this, man? First haunted tank's just as cool to me. How much would the first haunted tank sell for? Or no, you said you're keeping it. Never mind.
I'm probably going to keep this one. This was probably about an $800 copy.
I support that decision. Yeah, you should keep that. I never even thought about the first haunted tank. That's something that's important to me because that's what my older brother was really into, the haunted tank, more than just about anything.
See something.
Imp says it is Haria. I don't know what that means. This Imp is, I'm sure that means something, but I don't know what it means.
Here's a cool cover, which could get you banned from YouTube. Just kidding.
Oh,
It's not.
go.
It's not like that. It's a World War II book. It's National Comics 39. Uncle Sam, but he's
Uh-huh.
Hitler.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well,
That's great.
I, did
That's
you
great.
ever hear me tell you the Instagram story about Shemp Howard? Did you ever watch when I talked about that?
No.
I put a picture of Shemp Howard, a black and white picture of Shemp Howard on the studio set, and he's petting Pete the dog from the Our Gang Little Rascals comedies, right? With the circle around his whatever. He's just petting a dog. And I get all of a sudden I can't post on Instagram and I see a message. We have removed this post because it contains hate and terrorism. It's like what? And I look at it. They sent a little tiny picture of and I what's wrong with the picture of Shemp Howard? And I realized this black and white picture. He had a little bit of a shadow under his nose, and the AI bots thought it was a picture of Adolf Hitler. So apparently, you're not allowed to post the picture of Adolf Hitler. So if you have a World War II historical, I doubt anyone has a historical photograph exhibit on Instagram, but they removed it. And I said, and I sent back, this is in mistake. This is a mistake. This is, and they said, no, we've confirmed, or our experts have confirmed that this is indeed hate.
Well,
Shemp Howard, who is Jewish, is now Hitler.
I think a lot of that has to do with the algorithm. So after that happened to you, I decided I searched images Hitler and his dog, or Hitler and Blondie, or Hitler and a dog. And there are innumerable images. Okay. And some of these images uh, almost resembled that picture of Shemp Howard with Petey, right? But at the
Yeah,
same time, I think the algorithm mixed with the shadow under his nose and the dog, and it's black and white, and it's
black.
a portrait of just him standing with the dog, because the Hitler pictures, there's a bunch of him with dogs. I mean, it's an odd thing, but there's a lot of pictures of him with that German Shepherd. So that's in the algorithm. I think it just reacted in a weird way, obviously.
And
but
meanwhile, Instagram's filled with videos of people being absolutely cut in half by machines, and a guy on a motorcycle running into an Amish buggy and like running right into the horse and
Oh yeah,
obliterating the horse.
things that
People
you
getting
haven't imagined and have never seen are on Instagram, but they can't handle
horrific,
a black and white
horrific
picture of
car
Sam Howard.
accidents. It's all there's whole sites devoted to people being damaged. Is the name of the Instagram site, and in this picture of Shemp from the Three Stooges. Anyway, I'm sorry I'm not letting you talk, Scott. What were you showing?
I just open up. I was saying, if you forget history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Hopefully, the mistakes that are happening now that people are making will, they'll wake up and people will realize this for a couple more 100 years.
Right. The
This is the
irony of
most.
just that instant, the irony of that whole thing is kind of like funny, like thinking about what they're censoring and why they're censoring it. And now they're the censors censoring the censor. So what is or
Yeah,
the
there was probably a lot of funny things happening in Germany before in the 30s. It's like that's funny that they think that, and then look what happened a few years later. Absolutely, and if by some hook or by crook that Harris gets in, people are doomed. Right now, they're about to auction off all of Alex Jones's studio equipment and close him down. He's saying, but they're not going to shut me up. I'm just going to keep broadcasting if I have to do it from someone's couch. And now they're trying to take his name. They're actually trying to take him where they own, the government will own his name so they can do their own thing, and it imposes him and deplatform him as a human being. it's like uh, it's like Matt Drudge did it with his own consent. He sold his empire and his name to some people, and all of a sudden it went from being conservative one day to being a total Trump hit job every day. And it still has his name on it, but now he's got several mansions. I don't know that I would do that with my name, but maybe that's not even his real name, so he doesn't give a shit. Maybe it isn't. But anyway, sorry to talk about politics, ladies and gentlemen, but we're in a crisis right now, and it's just, I gotta talk about it, man, or I would never be able to live with myself. All right, what else we got here?
This is a timely. This is USA Comics number 12. This is around 1944-45. Captain
Damn,
America and
damn, man. How do you just find how? Do you find this stuff locally, or is this all through the mail?
this is local right here.
Oh, you see, that's the. Could we see that cover again?
I got this stuff from a really good comic book dealer.
Oh, okay.
But I've known for a long time. Super World Comics. Highly recommend them.
This is your own personal collection, or is this something
This
being
stuff
resold?
right here I'm showing now is, yes.
Okay, all right, all right.
This is a Rangers 18, Ranger Comics 18, Fiction House.
It seems like you're in the sweet spot as far as the United States, as far as finding comics, and if you were into toys, old toys, do you think that's true?
Um, well, honestly, I don't. I think it's just like any other part of the country. Because I think the same way of that when I see the stuff from Arizona or California,
But I
you
was
know.
just talking about Kevin from Arizona, and he was saying I never see Golden Age. He just, because he says everybody that moved to Arizona moved from somewhere else, and they got rid of their stuff, their comics before they came there. So he just doesn't see the really old stuff much. Occasionally he does. He got a great collection, and the guy was embarrassed by it. He brought in all his 90s comics that he thought were going to be really valuable. He says, and here's some boxes of stuff that belonged to my mom. And that was where the amazing stuff was, because his mom had either amazing taste that was not just girl comics, but boy comics, or it was also her brothers mixed in.
The next thing about that is, and Kevin probably knows this, is trying to you got to break it to them that their stuff is worthless, you know.
Yeah, he
And
did
they
that. Yeah.
life just suck out of their face when you tell them that, or they think you're lying to them because
Yeah.
you're trying to rip them off.
Yeah, that 90s stuff, man. I just like to think that, see, I just collect time periods that I love. It's more than anything. I just don't understand people that, well, I've got to keep my Fantastic Four run going or my Hulk run going, so I still buy it today. What, are you out of your mind? The Hulk doesn't really belong past like 1977. Even then, it was stretching it when he started to grow his hair too long. Hulk should have short hair.
you guys remember
That's
when they had like the comic book QVC channel, like in about 1995,
Oh,
1996, like right in the middle of the glut? You remember that?
yep.
Yes. Meyer, have you found any of that on YouTube? Someone must have recorded it.
I
but
haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. It'd be fun to
I
find it
actually
and watch
haven't
it.
looked for it, so I don't
I haven't
know.
either. I just thought of it now.
But the
This is
Because I'm talking about
1990s,
people who think they have something that's valuable.
the Home Shopping Network channels would go on for hours. These are very valuable gold covers, and and they were selling this shit, like, and they sold Beanie Babies and all that crap. And oh boy,
the key word to look for when you know something is going to be worthless is when they say collector's item.
yeah, but all that Iron Man Tales of Suspense. I bet if you look at all the hyperbole on the cover, it says collector's item classic. Because Stan Lee was putting that on the covers of those early issues. This will be a collector's item, and he was right. So but yeah, usually today if they put that on something, yeah, it's bullshit. Look at that.
Wings 83. It has real bright colors.
My wife is saying, guys, is the port strike over? I don't know. My
Yes.
wife find it is.
Yeah, they ended it. They they agreed to address the issue in January. So they all went back to work. But in January they're going to start discussing. I guess they agreed on a pay raise. They're just sticking point is the automation, how they want to do everything robots and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, they went back today.
Okay. So I wonder what that means, whether they think they're going to get a better deal from Trump.
No, I
And
think what it is that they wanted them to stop so it wouldn't run into the election day.
yeah, because they're trying to keep the gas price under $3 desperately. But of course,
You
that's
know,
all temporary.
there's still a union. The guys that run that union are still Democrats, so they're not gonna
Yeah.
try to screw them over too bad. This is
Fiber 88 says, "Hey, all beautiful wings cover. Wow, those colors." Okay, sorry.
this one is a Fight Comics number 42.
Man, it's fantastic. Imp's just saying, y'all got a copy of Creepy 60? If so, check out Rich Corbin's The Hero Within. He's his best art ever. Heart. What's on the cover of Creepy 60, Imp? I probably have it. Yeah. Yeah,
And the
Rich.
last book I got from that is this is Flying Jenny number 2. It's a Baker cover for all those who care.
Oh, he's the hot new thing right now. Oh, that's the wing. I thought that was a river of blood at first on the bottom. See how I thought it was what is that what is that?
That's
Okay.
yeah, the wing.
The
Crash.
West Coast is making more money than the East Coast ports, so that was part of it, says Aesop's Fable. And Imp
Yep.
says San Julian Dinosaur. Creepy 60 has an ape battling a dinosaur. An ape. I have to look that up, man. I don't know. You don't have much. You said you don't have much comic magazine
Uh,
stuff.
I don't see them very often, which is I know they're there, but when I go looking or I never see them.
Hmm.
But there's not where I'm located. There's not many comic book stores. There's only one that's fairly close. It's about 45 minutes away. Everything else is like an hour and a half.
Uh-huh. That's about the boat I'm in. Everything's pretty far.
So, but yeah,
Oh shit! I've never seen that cover of Creepy in my life. God damn it, man! No, that's something. Let's see. What are they selling that for? Oh, that's not too bad. Can you guys still hear me?
Can hear you, just not see you.
Oh, yeah, I went off to just a second. All right. Yeah, I don't have that issue of Creepy. I don't. I've never seen it in my life. Imp says Little Nemo and Sleepland. The books are beautiful. LF, great shape. Oh, you're being called LF. Well, his name's Scott, but you can call him LF, I guess.
Yep.
Um,
This one is it's pretty nasty condition, but this is for sale. This is a western, Bullseye #3, Simon and Simon and Kirby.
doesn't look too bad. What's it?
It's the split spine. The spine's almost completely split.
Oh, okay. Wow. Captain Strangeliffe uses, what is it? Mending tissue.
Yeah,
Archival mending tissue. I guess, if it's done masterfully enough, I wouldn't care if you can get the book cheap.
yeah.
Damn, this is good stuff. That's for your collection, correct? All of this?
That Bullseye isn't. No, that'll be
Oh,
fucking.
is it? All right.
Eventually.
Library 88 says, oh, dang, those bullseyes are beautiful. I never see them. Oh, boy. It's our new drug dealer here. It's just like, oh, man, look at that. Wow, man, that's groovy.
Yeah.
You
How
guys
do
think
people
in the like?
contact you? Go ahead, Meyer.
Oh no, I was just bullshitting. Go ahead and ask
No, I
Scott
like
about that.
bullshit. Oh, no, you go
I
first.
was gonna say if you guys think that over the years librarians have become less technical, and that maybe in the years in the past that part of a librarian's job would be archiving and preserving and repairing books in different ways that they don't do anymore. That's what my question was going to be. Like if you had like a really talented old librarian in your town, could you like would that be the guy to fix your comics? Or you understand what I'm saying? It's that
Well,
is
but
that.
they're probably snobbish, though. They wouldn't want to work on comics.
Oh, you're right. They wouldn't. You're
Yeah,
right.
this friend of ours that's you've seen him before on my show. He's he's studied bookbinding, where he could bind books with anything, and he's very much into H.P. Lovecraft and all of the, it's just like a very erudite. Well, at least he thinks he is. But anyway, he hope he's not watching this. But my wife has this Bible from her childhood that she bought. She saved up her money and bought this Precious Moments, because she's younger than me. She was into Precious Moments, whatever that is, little kids. And it was a Precious Moments Bible. It's illustrated, and the spine is broken on this book. And it's like, could you fix this for me? Of course he could. In a few minutes. Oh, he just didn't want to touch a Bible because, oh my, yeah, that's that would be who would touch a Bible? I need to get to. I'm late for my OTO meeting. So anyway, yeah. So that's bullshit. I should say all those people. They're too busy listening to NPR to care about comic books, man. Uh, they'd probably see all those World War II comics and just be horrified. But how dare they dehumanize these people and give
uh,
them tails and
what is
horns?
What's Scott's eBay store again? How could somebody contact Scott to buy some of these comics?
Well, you could go to you can send me a line through my Instagram, which is Last Frontier 92 or Last Frontier Comics. My eBay store is Comic LF, but if you do a Google on Last Frontier Comics, I'll pop up and you can just hit the link and it'll bring you right there.
Oh, so LF really is a name. I didn't want you to start going
Yeah,
by
Comic
something.
LF, that's I don't know why I did that, to be honest with you. I did that years ago. I put
No,
put in
it's a
Last Frontier, I put Comic LF, but when you hit my stuff, it says Last Frontier, but let's see.
well, I've finally gotten used to Last Frontier. I kept calling it Last Resort, but I think I finally got it through my cranium now that it's Last Frontier. Um, so so they can get in touch with you through those. Anything you see tonight that's not something he says is in his personal collection, don't try to talk him out of that. Uh, let's see what people are saying here. Library 88. I think librarians had a more rudimentary, strengthening craft, so they could survive the rough handling of many readers, not meant for aesthetics or care or maintaining the original look. Yeah, because library books are, yeah, if they're really a collector's item, they were not going to circulate them. Aesop's Fable says, I would not refurbish any comics I get. The way I get them is the way I get them. Yeah, but if there's a way to make the covers actually stay on them, and it's not gonna like have sticky acid emerge in 15 years or 10 years, that I have books that have been repaired by Captain Strange Life that he sent me as part of, some little gift, and they're perfectly acceptable to me as long as the cover holds on. M says The Willows by Algernon Blackwood, a must read. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it is. I've read that story.
I might scout out the public library in that little town I'm moving to and see if there's like an old librarian that I can kind of sidle up next to. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
get gussied up. Then I'll go in there and I'll flirt with her and see if she can slip me some mending tape or something, and or tissue, mending tissue. See if she's got some skills, some dexterity with her fingers. Like we'll see. Yeah, it might
Well,
might be worth it. That's a
yeah, it
possibility.
sounds like the plot of a
Get find an
Lifetime
angle.
movie.
Somebody
And
that
my
I can get free comic repairs from.
That really could be a cool movie. They've never made movies about people like us except for Ghost World, and that's about it. But all these movies like the 40-Year-Old Virgin or Free Enterprise or whatever. I mean, they've never made movies about comic collectors accurately. That TV series, what was that called? Third Nerd from the Sun. What was it called?
um
The Big Bang Theory from the Sun or something. That's ridiculous. This friend of mine said, that shows like they hired the football players from high school to write a sitcom about the comic book collectors, and I said, well, that's a good way to summarize that whole TV series because I mean, most comic book collectors are horrible people. I mean, they're just disgusting, vile people. They really are. But that show didn't go far enough in showing just how awfully. But anyway, if you work in a comic store, you know these things. Let's see.
You know what that show is good for? That show was good for loot boxes. Remember Loot Crate? Remember that was the kind of people. The viewer of The Big Bang Theory was also a subscriber to the Loot Crate, where they would get like a new Funko Pop of like a Buffy character like every
yeah,
month. Remember that? And it was
yeah,
it was really good for Warner Brothers Entertainment because every episode had the Flash logo like shown like the entire
yeah,
time.
and for
And
Target, so they could sell shirts with
yeah.
Marvel images. Library 88
So in a
says,
way,
"Hey,
it was the
oh,
jocks because the jocks were the corporate creeps that were like running that show, and they
yeah,
were like capitalizing off of the geeks, right?
yeah,
In a
yeah."
good way.
Well, hey, he said, Library 88 says, "Hey, Scott LF, Did you price your House of Mystery 236 onto eBay yet? Zombie in the water cover.
Well, I can have that. I can have that put up tomorrow. It'll be up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. And then he says, ha 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 ha, flirt with and gussy up to the librarian. Ha 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 ha. Yes.
Um, the
Yeah,
years I
yeah.
had my store, um, I don't. The people who came in, I thought they were all cool. One thing I noticed was a lot of them. I think were they were comic book collectors, but they hid the fact.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was like when I've been collecting comics ever since I was 10 years old, and I remember when I was in high school, I played sports and everything, but it was like I never let anybody know that I did the comic book thing, you know, because for what you say, you get picked on and stuff.
But I wonder when that changed, because I think in the golden age, or maybe even in the 50s, that was just something all kids did, was read comics. But maybe it stopped at a certain age, and that's when kids started to get picked on.
Yeah.
But I don't know when it changed and why it changed. Was it in the 70s? Because in the 60s, still, I think, there were, I don't know. It was always that way in my lifetime. I always
I
knew
don't know
people that
either.
collected.
I don't know either, but I did the same type of thing as what Scott is saying. Same thing, and experienced the same type of situation. It was almost like, for me, it felt like part of looking down on comic books was that it was a frivolous pursuit. Like, it was silly. It was like,
Right.
because in my family, it felt like already at like 13 and 14, I was supposed to be serious about all of my pursuits. It was like,
Yeah,
it was like a childish thing. Like, you weren't supposed to still have action figures around my family when you're like
yeah.
15 or 16 on your shelf, right? And have
Okay.
comic books was silly, like superheroes. What are you doing? You should, so it was definitely looked down on, like you were wasting your time. The same with
It,
the books I was reading. Well, like Edgar Rice Burroughs was like a waste of time from my family. Like, the stuff I was reading was completely worthless. They knew nothing about it, but they had already judged it as that way.
it's like
Yeah.
the only thing that was seemed to be accepted during that time period that people didn't laugh at you for or condemn you for was like sports cards. If you collect sports cards, that's what's fine,
Yeah,
you
you're
know?
right. Yeah.
But
Yeah, yeah. It's just one of those things. Library 88 says I worked in a comic shop in the 90s, and there was a great circle of folks that came in, and it was good times. Lots of characters and weirdos too.
yep.
Yeah, and sometimes you were like a bartender.
Oh, tell me about it. That's what it was like. That was the I tell you that time I had the store, 15 years, it was great. But what you end up the thing you see, especially in my town, I had it in my hometown, so I was like you had Northampton. I don't know if you know where Northampton is. I heard in Northampton. That's where the comic museum was with Kevin Eastman
Mm,
opened up a comic museum in Northampton.
mm,
Because Kevin Eastman and Laird, they're from around here, and they opened up when they made all that money from the Turtles, they opened up a comic book museum in Northampton.
right.
So there was, and plus you had a huge comic book store in Worcester, which was That's Entertainment, which is still there. They're a great store. But in between Northampton and Worcester, there was just me. So I would get a lot of traffic coming, people going from that area, the eastern part of the state, to Northampton, which was in the western part. So
Chris Ekman says the Words and Pictures Museum, that was great. Wish it was still around. Hmm.
yeah,
Well,
they used to have a a comic show there like once a year to fund the to go to funding the museum because it was a nonprofit, and One time, the last time I went there, Bernie Wrightson was there,
Oh
and,
wow.
and I got a he did a drawing. Well, it wasn't colored, but he did a sketch of a dinosaur, and they auctioned it off.
Uh-huh.
And he signed it. It was a good size too. It was probably, I want to say, about 11 by 13, maybe even bigger than that. And I won it, and I won it for like $25.
Oh
Original
yeah.
art.
Oh
Yeah, and
wow.
I ended up giving it to the kid that worked for me at that time. He worked for me from almost the entire 15 years I was open, and I ended up giving it to him for Christmas. I
Oh
regret.
well, that's good. Chris Ekman says it's well worth looking up. Eastman loves fantasy art the most, of course, but the exhibits were very eclectic.
Hmm.
Was it Eastman that did the museum, or was it both of them?
No, just Eastman.
Is Eastman the one that married that
Yeah,
model
Julie Strain.
and revived heavy metal? Was he the guy that did that?
Yep, yep.
And then he says, I remember seeing an exhibit of Paul Mavrides doing black velvet paintings, toy ray guns, keen style, big eyed kids, all sorts of weird stuff. Oh,
I
neat.
remember that stuff. I remember those ray guns that Paul Mavrides did that you're talking about were um, very
That's
cool.
cool.
I saw a really cool exhibit here in San Francisco one time. It was Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills, Nash. It was his personal collection of original comic book art, and it was amazing. He had all of this Avengers stuff from the 70s, from Kree's Skrull War. All this original Neil Adams stuff was like kind of the centerpiece of the collection. But he had a huge collection of original art and original pinups that were drawn, personally to him from different people. I don't know much about him as a collector. I just saw that exhibit, and I know that he had a house. He probably still, if he's still alive, he had a house here in San Francisco.
Cool.
Yeah, it was cool. Yes.
Well, you got other cool stuff to show?
Uh, sure.
Yeah, man.
Um,
Looking at stuff while we talk. It's a springboard of stuff to talk about. I'm going to see if I can't contact Kevin here. He's got to be.
how about Nisi? This is a Weird Science 15. It's a great dinosaur cover. Wally Wood.
Oh wow. That looks like about a 3 or a 4. What is that?
This is actually about a 6.
Oh my gosh, really?
I
Yeah,
missed.
it's a fine.
Wow.
I was away. I missed it. What do we got here? Wallywood. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's yeah. That's a. I have a reprint of that from early '70s. Yep, that's the real thing.
Yeah, I love Wally Wood.
And the beautiful coloring of Marie Severin. Library 88 is thanking you for sharing these comics.
No problem. Here's one I thought was cool, just because I like the cover, and it's a Jack Hearn cover, but it's a Blue Bolt Volume 9, Number 7. But it's nothing big, but I just thought it was cool.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, Aesop's Fable says you have an eBay store, Last Frontier. You want to mention it again?
I have some Blue Bolt. I like that era or in that genre that Blue Bolt was. It's kind of like this white bread mayonnaise comic book kind of, and
Yeah.
they're inexpensive sometimes, and not that's why I started buying Blue Bolt, because it was inexpensive.
This is one of my favorite books in my collection. It's a
Oh
Wagen.
wow.
It's a Famous Funnies 102, but it's a Hitler, Tojo, and Mussolini cover.
Oh wow. That's great.
Man.
High grade, and it's really high grade. But yeah, I love this book.
Man.
Not everything has to be serious,
Oh no. I
even when it's betraying those guys. Let's see. Uh, there's another Wally Wood EC, Weird Science 17.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that's when everybody. I think he was the best of his time at that time, if not one of the best ever, if not. Here's a Alex Stromberg cover. This is Black Terror 22.
Oh wow. What would something like that be worth? I mean, you're not selling that, but
But
what?
this one is actually, it's only like, it's like a good plus because it's really has a real bad spine roll. But something like this one would probably be like maybe $150. I could be underpricing it, but
Hmm. Do you ever do that? Um, what do you call it? Where you flatten them for the? I can't remember.
I won't dare do anything like that myself.
Yeah,
It's I fear I would be too clumsy.
yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah,
And it's almost like I almost look at pressing. I know in
yes,
cleaning is almost like restoration. It's like I kind of don't like it. I don't mind, but if I don't mind restoration if it's professionally done, and I don't think it should affect the prices of books. I mean, that's a delicate subject, I guess, restoration. But amateur restoration, I think that harms the book more than preserves the book.
yeah, yeah. I could never be someone that takes the cover off, removes the staples, soaks it in liquid. That would terrify me.
I
Um,
mean, pressing and cleaning, it's like I'm thinking about. I'm sitting there. If I try cleaning a book, I probably press down too hard and rip the cover or something.
yeah, Imp says, how many original Frazetta paintings do you have?
I don't have any, but I
Yeah,
got a whole slew of posters. When I
yeah,
had when I had the store, there was a guy that worked for I know for Zeta family they sell a lot of his stuff. They still do.
uh-huh.
And he came in and he was looking to sell have stores like buy posters, a big box of posters. It was like 10 different posters, and I ended up buying a box of them. And this was all 30 years ago, and I had, oh, geez, about 20 posters. I think I might have sold only 3 the entire time I was open. And so
uh,
I still have the box of them. They're so cool. I imagine now people would want them, but back then, for some reason, people really didn't care about them.
yeah. Do
But
you have any spinner racks left? Or did you ever
I,
have any in your store?
I had a spinner rack, yes. And when I closed, a customer of mine, a longtime customer of mine, asked me if I would sell it to him, and I said, yeah, sure. and I sold it to him for like $40. I wish I still had it.
One of the classic ones with the "Hey kids, it's comics" on it.
On top of say comics, it had Spider-Man's head on it, Archie's head.
Oh, that
You know,
one, late
you know,
1970s.
yeah, 70s spinner rack.
Library 88 says Wood's Weird Science covers are Louvre worthy. I hope to get a Black Terror or two one day. Imp says still for sale. I guess he's talking about the Frazetta paintings,
Oh, the
posters.
posters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Matter of fact, I was gonna ask Kevin if he had a use for them.
Well, speaking of him, here he is. Hey, Kevin.
So, but they're unopened. They're still sealed up, and they're all rolled up, and they never were taken out.
Yeah,
But
I
Let's
might be
see.
interested. I might be interested in a couple of those. That sounds cool.
Yeah, he's about to have to decorate a new apartment. Library 88 says Scott has a beautiful Tales of Suspense 42 on his eBay store, which answers whoever's question about whether he has an eBay store. Great Wallbuster Iron Man cover. And Imp says the Fritz posters. Hey, Kevin, can you hear us?
but I get them sitting there, and I have hardly any wall space in here at all because it's all racks. But
I'd like to see a tour of, because you
I
say your
really
whole
want
house
to
is.
tour my house because my house is like it's all it is comics and mess. So
But
that
that's
yeah,
cool to me. Yeah,
it,
yes, I
it's
like
like sitting on the wall. You know, that's what it's like.
You don't know how much pleasure it gives me. Why
It's like a
why do
fallout
people think,
shelter.
well,
It's
yeah,
like a
why do
comic
people
fallout
think,
shelter.
why do
It's
people
awesome.
think that we don't
Perfect
want to see?
installation.
Because all you see on YouTube are these man caves that are lit with LED lights, and they have all of their omnibus books, and then they have their slabbed books, and everything's like sanitary. It looks like 2001: A Space Odyssey. Like you could eat off it. I want to see real comic collectors and how they live. And it's like, well, where are all your comics, man? All I see are a bunch of statues that cost $2,000 each. And I
Statues.
want this is that was great, man. How many rooms do you have that are like that?
3.
That's great.
It's,
Library 88 says
that's why I'm not married.
I
I
got
could
some rolled
not
up.
be married.
Well, Library 88 said I got some rolled up unopened rights and prints from the 70s, nabbed about 5 different from a shop in the Pacific Northwest. Library 88 goes, whoa. And
Oh,
Library 88 says Scott
do
Cash
you have
Trust Fund.
Frankenstein's laboratory? Do you have Frankenstein's laboratory or Dr. Frankenstein's laboratory? Right, so that I think that is that's like my that's my favorite thing by him.
Yeah, yeah, he's Barney Wrightson. Yeah, he's so great. There were so many great younger generation artists that appeared right about that time, 69, 70. It was just really incredible.
I just got this guy. I got to clean him up, but
Oh yeah.
Kid
I,
Flash.
I've
And I
never
wrote
seen one of those in person.
uh, I got to clean him up.
He didn't look too bad. Imp
No,
says I have 10 short boxes. I feel small, weak, smelly, unwanted. Well, you're not smelly. Liberty says, "Oh, that one I had that was in the '90s, signed by Wrightson, no longer have it." Okay, so he didn't have it anymore.
but
Kevin, can you hear us?
you, you're
It must.
smarter than 10.
I
I
can
think
hear
it's
you.
around closing time for him because he's 2
I
hours
can hear you.
behind
Can you
me.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's
I'm
up?
almost done. I'm almost done taking pictures, and then I'll come on.
Oh, okay. All right. That means he's gotten in the new comics for next week. He takes pictures of them and puts excuse me, up on YouTube for people to see.
Like I'll go like years literally without finding Amigo. Out in
Yeah.
the wild. And I found 2 within a month. I found a Joker.
Oh yeah,
So,
my
yeah.
Joker has his legs are just dangling and are held on by his pajamas, and then he's got a huge hole in the taint area, the bottom of his crotch. Uh, August Ascetic says, "What disappoints me about current comics is they don't have letter columns as compared to back in the day." Oh, they don't have. I have no idea. I haven't looked at any of them to know that. That's because no one reads them. No one's going to send letters to them. Migos are tough. I rarely see in the world. Nice Joker. Yeah, I never see those kid ones from the, what was that, about 75, 76 when they came out with a line of the smaller ones with Kid Flash and
Oh, yeah.
what else did they do? Wonder Girl.
They did Wonder Girl, Kid Flash, Speedy, and Aqualad.
Oh, you never see those. Those are ridiculously.
That's when I saw that out in the wild. I was like, well, it's. I always wanted them when I was a kid, but my parents wouldn't spend the money on them. So when I
Yeah,
was a kid, because I would look at them in the comic books when they had the ads for them and everything,
yeah.
I always wanted them. So
Do you have those catalogs that were made by Heroes World that had Joe Kubert's students drawing the ads? Do you
oh
know?
yeah, I just actually about 3 months ago I sold three of them.
Oh yeah.
I had three of those Heroes World ones.
What are
Three.
they valuable? Did people like? I mean,
They just like them because they're cool. I mean, they're not valuable. I think I sold them for like $5 a piece.
oh okay. Imsh is asking if you have any Japanese Godzilla stuff. Um,
Um, I have some original movie posters,
oh,
which nobody's gonna get see. Godzilla is my man.
okay. So you're not selling any Godzilla stuff.
Oh
So
no,
are you a movie poster dealer too, or is that just your own
no,
personal
no,
stuff?
no. I just happened to come across a couple that I paid good money for them, and I don't have the room for them to put them up, so I got them put away. But
Library 8 says there's so many things. You just put them on the ceiling. Library 8 says there's so many things about new comics that are lacking: analog line art done on paper and word balloons on covers, newsprint, etc. And yeah, no letters column. And August Ascetic says strange is that lately the Plastic Man figures have him with dark glasses instead of his goggles. Seen that with three different figures already. Is that right?
it's like I'm envious of your house. I think your house is like the best.
Oh, thank you. Emp says, "What posters do you have?"
Of the Frazetta things, that's the tough one. I'm probably gonna have to go through them, and I'm gonna have to take pictures of them because I don't have. I used to have they would in with the box they would have like a poster with all a picture of all the ones that were in the box, but that ended up getting trashed years ago. That one, the backing for that box. So I just have the roll. So I'm gonna have to unroll them and take pictures.
I can probably imagine the ones. It's like that one with the brain and the two guys fighting over the brain is probably one of them.
I
The
was thinking
Egyptian princess is one.
The
I was
guy,
thinking the polar bear, the Arctic polar bear is pulling the
Not
sled
that
one.
right?
That
How
one,
that
about
the
the
one.
guy? The
undersea creature, that looks like the creature of the Black Lagoon with the skin diver. That was
Hmm.
one too
yeah.
that came out at the same time. And then
What about the
maybe like
guy
the
stabbing
Tarzan
the
guy
spider?
riding the alligator. That's the those are the ones remembering that my cousin had all of those
What about there
about
was
the
some
time.
guy putting a spear in a spider's belly? It seems like
No.
no.
The thing is like posters. Like I said, when it comes to taking pictures with the camera, I'm not very good. But I have like 10 boxes, diamond boxes, like full of promo posters and everything, going back all the way to the late '80s till like 2004. So
Okay.
I've got tons and tons of promo posters. I actually sold one a couple months back of that of J. Scott Campbell's Mary Jane when she's sitting on the couch with a coffee and Spider Man's out the window. I don't know if you. Don't ask me the number. I think it's maybe like six something of Spider Man. It's considered one of his classic covers. I had a promo poster of that, and I sold that. But I've got tons of promo posters from that, and I'm slowly taking pictures of them and putting them up. But I've got like hundreds upon hundreds of promo posters because
Library.
I saved them. I never put them up. I put up a couple here or there when I had the store, but I usually just put them in a box and I saved them.
Library 8 says if you have an Egyptian Queen Frazetta poster, I will buy an elf those, but he's meant one of those. Do you think you have that one?
I think so. Like I said, I gotta go through them. Yeah, that's why I was gonna see if Kevin was interested in it.
Yeah, he
Just
might
a
be.
whole lot to him.
Bronco says, "Hey, Gratu in chat." August Ascetic says, "Used to collect both monster figures and superhero figures, but when I had to move houses, I had to downsize to just superhero figures." Oh, that's blasphemy. Oh, John
Are you
Goris is
guys
here.
talking
Gratu
about
sent that
posters?
Bat book to you. Should arrive later next week. Imp says, "Don't care about Frazetta posters. I mean Godzilla." Um, John Goris talked to me today at lunch. One of his videos got taken down from YouTube, and he started worrying that they may take down more of his videos. So I'm going to record everything he has on YouTube and put it on DVDs in and get those to him. And then he says he's going to send me, or I guess he's already sent it, that really great sketchbook he did of all his those amazing Batman drawings. So I would have done it for nothing. I told him, John, I'd do it free, but I don't mind getting that book. But yeah, it'll have find a good home. But anyway, you guys have got to subscribe to John Goris. He's fantastic, and he's going to have a new video out on Halloween Day or the midnight the night before Halloween. So that's something to look forward to. Everyone subscribe to John Goris. Oh my gosh. Looks like Kevin has returned from his photography.
Were you guys talking about promo posters?
Scott used to have a store for like 15 years, and he's got a whole bunch of Frazetta posters. He's wondering if you might like the lot of them to sell.
Well, I have so many posters. I have no room for them. Look at this.
Oh,
This is just
okay.
1 year.
Hold
This is
on.
just 1 year of posters right here.
Oh, okay. I think he's talking about rolled 1970s Frazetta posters.
Yeah, I mean that's cool, but I just don't have anywhere to put them. I
Yeah,
don't have
yeah,
a
yeah.
place.
That's right. Yeah, no one, no one does. Rolled posters are such a pain, man. Because
These
you just,
I give out. They're folded posters.
oh, the ones you're supposed to put in the window of your store.
Well, or if you buy them rolled, then you take this one and you put this one in your poster rack.
Oh, you know what's cool is just having that giant Werewolf by Night logo. I'd cut that off and cut out that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just that part alone, but that other stuff is terrible. The modern art. Oh, turn your camera sideways so we can get CinemaScope. Yeah, are you getting rid of that Werewolf by Night poster?
Yeah, I would have sent it to you, but now you gave me a good idea.
Well, you might do it for yourself. Yeah, just the vintage logo's cool on its own.
'Cause I don't have room to hang up the poster, but maybe I could hang that logo somewhere.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's you don't have two of them, do you?
No, they only send us one of each, and then I could buy the rolled version. But I stopped doing that a long time ago.
Marvel's so cynical. They're making these comics now where if you pay an extra couple of dollars, you can get it with a whole bunch more blood in the story.
Yeah, there's
It's
Blade coming out this week.
That's ridiculous. Who cares, man?
It's not even that much more blood. It's like a few pages of just different art, and it's They try to
Hey,
make it. They try to make it appeal to maybe like a kid that maybe thinks he's getting something that really that he's not supposed to have.
yeah, kids are never coming back. They can try all this prurient bullshit, but they're never going to get kids back into breeding. Did you get Castle of Frankenstein today?
No, I got tons of other stuff, but that will probably be here Monday.
Can we see some of a preview of some of the stuff you got? And also, you need to show them cryptology. I haven't even seen cryptology yet.
You didn't get your box yet?
No, it's supposed to be here. I thought you said they hadn't picked it up, but they say it's already left somewhere. Did they
If
finally
Meyer's
get?
watching, Meyer, look at this. If you're watching,
Yeah, I haven't seen that. It's a
That's horrible.
look
special
at this
color.
one.
Well, these are special. I haven't seen these yet. Emsh needs to be Emsh. I think you're watching this. What are these? This is something new.
Well,
These are reaction.
Scott's
This
a
is
Well,
good
the
I
boy.
know.
71.
It's a
There's
different
two
Super
versions.
7
Look, there's the Hawaii one and there's this one.
Oh, I have the regular version of this toy, but I want these now too. I love that color.
This is like
It's like,
Jamaican colors.
All
yeah,
of a sudden, everyone's excited. That skeleton is hilarious,
yeah. And
man.
what was that skeleton?
That's a
Whose story? Is
Godzilla
that Godzilla's
skeleton.
skeleton?
Yeah, it's 1954 skeleton. It has the little bomb.
Are these new releases that you just got in?
Yeah, this is brand new.
Very cool. I haven't seen those yet. Those are neat looking, man.
This is the -1 ultimate version.
Remember,
Nice.
hey, have you got a change of address going with the post office, Meyer? Have you thought about that
Yeah,
yet?
yeah. I did it today. This is a good movie. I really like that.
Yeah, Kevin, don't send anything else to his old address. Remember, he's moving in a few
Yeah,
He
days.
knows. He knows. Yeah.
and then
Oh, okay.
there's
I know. I'm just out of habit, you know. You know.
Yeah. He's holding stuff until
99,
like next week.
84, 54.
Right.
There's look at
Yeah, I
they
was
call
really
them.
impressed by Godzilla -1. I enjoyed that movie. I watched it twice.
I still haven't watched that.
It's good.
All we watch is stuff about the world ending, the news.
The
John
Gremlin's
Gora
pretty
says my
good for a
local
fun
comic
thing.
store has an old Frazetta poster, the one with the scuba diver and the sea demon. Only $5, ducks, but kind of dog-eared. Still tempted. I think that's one of the ones that Scott has. That's probably in mint condition. Library 88. Those heteros are awesome. Love the Godzilla skeleton. You guys call him hetera, but us
This
old
one,
folks remember him as the smog monster.
I call him Hedora, but maybe that's wrong.
No, that's
Uh,
what Usador.
I say Hedora too, but mostly I grew up calling it the Smog Monster, of course, when I
I
first saw
know.
it.
I when I was in my 30s, I was around some Godzilla people, and I don't remember if how they said hetera. I thought somehow it's in my head that way.
Look, they
You're
finally have new
becoming a movie
material
snob.
for the first
Awesome.
time. The first time in
Oh,
3 or 4 years, you have new
is it
material.
is it all new
Uh,
material or just the cover?
All new. It's politics for
Uh,
2024.
oh
Really?
yeah. Well, I'm sure it's all anti-Trump. So
Oh
uh,
no, look at this is reprints.
no. Well, yeah.
They lied.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's old. There's probably a few pages of new stuff. That's new.
This is cool. Look at this.
Oh,
It's Trump Swamp Thing. That's cool.
That
yeah.
is cool.
That would be
Trump
good.
in the swamp.
Actually, that would be good if you made a color copy and just made a fake comic and put it in a spinner rack with that. But see, the thing is,
Look,
because
he's golfing in the swamp.
yeah, but it's still, there's something creepy because Warner owns Mad and it owns. Oh, that looks pretty good. They own Mad and they own DC, so they're able to actually call it Swamp Thing. And
This is new.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I just man, but they're not making fun of. I'm sure they're not making fun of Kamala the same way. They're just making fun of her laughing.
Yeah, there's not one bear within 100 miles of here. I scared them off with my laugh.
That's the only thing they're making fun of, and the Democrats say, "Oh, it's just endearing. She's bringing joy to everyone." Yeah, see, it's all completely one-sided. The original Mad skewered politics on both sides, and Gaines was actually conservative.
Oh, look at this.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna be I'm gonna be able to sell a ton of copies of this.
yeah.
I have to
Wow.
order more right away. All the Garbage Pail Kid guys are gonna want one.
Yeah.
Prodding Pelosi.
Do you recognize the artist that's doing this? Is this a real
Yeah,
Garbage Pail artist?
yeah. Looks like Brent. Yeah, it is Brent.
Is he does real Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of like National Lampoon used to hire real comic artists to do their parodies. Uh, they even got Neil Adams to do some.
Uh,
It's
I
just
still
weird.
kind of want this, even though it's filled with a bunch of leftist.
I know. I'm the
Look at
same
this. This is
way.
great. Tweeties.
That is funny. I like that. I like that. It's
Um,
funny.
how much is this thing?
It's
Like
not so. It's not so.
$15?
Oh man, I gotta order more right away.
Yeah. How
How
much
many
is
did
this,
you
Kevin?
order, Kevin?
Only two.
Oh, okay. Well, one's already going to you. So,
One's already going to a subscription, so I gotta order more.
okay. So none of these are available.
Hopefully, I can get more, and it's not one of those Taylor Swift incidents.
Oh, well, I think Taylor Swift would sell to a lot more morons than this would. I don't. What do I know?
Honestly, even when they're still drawing him in a way that they think makes him look bad, I still think he looks good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Imp says willing to trade unbuilt Murakami Kong versus Octopus and original Japanese Gargantuas for comics. Okay,
Yeah. Don't
that's
vote for Alfred E. Newman. There are bigger idiots running.
yeah, that's from the early '70s. Imp says X plus Gargantuas Japan.
I want to
Murakami
know what this
Tonga's
says.
resin easily about 2,000. She's like a
I'm
carnival barker there.
too afraid to fold it.
Yeah, what I would always do is
Make a
just kind of
copy.
roll it a little, just give it a slight roll and then squint. I would never actually fold it.
I'll just make a copy and then fold that.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. There's no way to do that back in the '70s.
This is that Batman that's cutting off people's hands. Oh, this page looks cool.
Do they show him cutting off hands?
Look at this page. This looks cool.
Yeah,
It kind of looks like Gregory, right? Like a Gregory, right?
yeah,
The
yeah,
bat.
yeah. Oh boy, that's
Supposedly cuts off people's hands in this.
Kevin,
The
don't you
art?
have an unopened Gregory like mint in box or something?
Yeah. I'll show you another vampire bat I just got after we look at this hands getting chopped off. Let's see. All right, right here is where the fight starts. Oh, this guy pulls out a cleaver. So Batman pulls out this handle. See this handle? What's this handle going to do? It hooks into this giant logo.
Wait,
And
what?
it talks.
Wait, what? He pulled the logo off?
The logo is
No,
actually, look at it, it's an axe.
that's an axe. Okay.
And then he starts chopping off hands.
okay.
Sharia law, right? He's doing Sharia law now. Is that what he's doing?
Hmm.
Um, well,
It doesn't look half bad. This looks readable somewhat. Did you read it?
Not yet. This is the first time I looked at it.
I don't mind the art,
I'm
and
gonna
there's
read it
words.
tonight. Looks good.
I watched a really good Batman movie last night on Tubi. It's called one of those animated movies, about an hour and 15 minutes long. It's called Batman Under the Red Hood, and it was really good. It was all about the origin of the Red Hood. You know, it started with Joker like beating up Jason Todd and burning him in the explosion, and then it's all about the Red Hood and Nightwing. It was good.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I recommend it.
That's pretty
Tubi has
good
a
there.
ton of DC animated movies. This is so you got the build a figure completed. It looks great. It's big.
Yeah,
What's the wingspan?
it's like I don't know, 20 inches.
Dang! Wow, it's that's awesome. Damn, dude, that's great. It's a really nice looking piece. Is that jaw move? Yeah, it does. Wow, look at that. And the stand is part of the build a figure too.
Yeah,
And
Oh, look
what
at the
is
feet.
this supposed to be? The bat that comes to Bruce Wayne when he's a kid in one of those movies?
I think it's from Forever because that's the build. That's the series, Batman Forever.
Okay, all right. That's the Val Kilmer one, I think.
Yeah, remember it has Robin and Two Face, and it has
Oh,
Riddler. Jim Carrey is Riddler,
yeah. Oh, yeah. I unfortunately remember that movie.
And those
and
were
then
the figures. It was like a 4-figure build a figure set. Is that what it was? Two
yeah,
Face, Riddler, Batman, and Robin. Is that it?
I finally got the last piece. It was it's a the Robin it came with that I needed to finish it. The
Uh
cape
huh.
on it really good. It's a
Oh,
cloth
really?
cape. Oh yeah,
Oh,
right
yeah. I
here.
saw pictures of it. Yeah, this is a nice looking figure, man.
Look at him pointing.
Yeah, I think that's a nice looking figure.
The cape is like one of the best. It has a wire in it. You can pose it.
Yeah,
Oh,
I wish he started doing that. That'd be so cool if he started doing that now.
So you had to buy this one. Um, what
Two
was that actor's
Face,
name? He's a famous actor.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yeah. And then Jim Carrey. And then this Val Kilmer. So I think it was those four you had to buy.
That's kind of a good set. You know, if as far as like having to, there's really not like a serious loser in those figures. All four of those are good figures.
Yeah,
I just didn't like the
I
movie
like
much.
Robin, Riddler, and probably the best.
Yeah, sometimes with build a figures, there's like a stinker or two in there. Like with especially with Marvel Legends, you need like 5 or 6 figures sometimes. You know what I'm talking about? And
Yeah, it's nice
in a
getting one
way,
that's only four figures.
yeah, it's nice when there's only 4 figures. That's great.
This came in the mail today. This is a Frankenstein poncho with mask.
Whoa,
That's
that's a pretty
awesome.
good image on the poncho there.
So
What year is it from?
it's 8 to adult. So
Is there a year on there on the
it has a
bottom right?
barcode. There's a
Oh,
barcode
it
on
has a
it. Look at this.
barcode.
There's
Okay.
the mask.
Library 8 says, I'm going to be a dork and say to all the lurkers to hit the thumbs up for that Gratu algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Library 88. Thank you.
There's 1986.
that's pretty good, man.
So
I have to
it
say.
would have been the perfect age for this when I was a kid.
The poncho just looks like something you could hang up all year long and be pretty
It
amazing.
would be cool if there was an adult sized poncho like that that you could wear on inclement weather days.
This is
Wait,
adult size. It's 8 to adult.
this is from the 80s, you say?
86,
Uh,
yeah.
it's 8
86.
to
Yeah, that
adult, so it
image on
should
the
be.
poncho looks very 60s with the
It's
lettering
cool.
and
Yeah, you
everything.
can wear that,
Yeah.
on the rainy.
Check this out. I got um, this mask is a remake from a mask that came out in the 90s, early 90s.
Hmm.
So, and I got an original one. Whoops.
Oh,
Wow.
So none of these have ever made it because it's made with real crappy material.
Kind of looks
This is
like,
only
reminds me of the Fog, like the pirates from the Fog.
And if anyone watched that 11-hour stream on Saturday, I think it was, he was fooling with his Frankenstein figure down there, and that's what it looks like now.
Right.
That was about an hour of 10, maybe that happened.
so I can
So,
see
the
the
one with
difference.
the one with the hair is a remake, and the other one on the right is the original, right?
Yeah, this one had hair, but it's fallen off,
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
okay.
and he smells like an ashtray. He smells like cigarette smoke.
From the original owner.
Yeah, well, the guy I bought it from, he said, sorry, he didn't know it smelled like smoke. He bought it at an estate sale, and
Oh, maybe
What's that
it's
pirate's head there that's on the table? The pirate
yeah,
face with the red right there. What's this from?
it's the same company as this. There's a company called, oh, no, it's a different company. This is Paper Magic Group.
The Paper Magic Group. Interesting, right?
Yeah, PMG.
Scranton, Pennsylvania. That reminds me of Fight Club, sort of, doesn't it?
yeah.
Like
So
the name of the company, and it's just it's interesting.
That reminds me of those. They used to have in those cigar stores in the mall. They'd have like the stores for men's, the man cave, and they'd be little pirate heads that you could hang on the wall. Kind of
Yeah,
look like them.
my uncle had those. My uncle had those like hanging in his den. Those 5 little faces,
Man,
4 little faces. Yeah, a pirate, a sea captain that looked like the guy from the Gordon's Fisherman, and there were a couple
yeah,
of them.
yeah.
Like 3 or
Show us
4.
cryptology if you can. I know you're closing. You probably need to go, but
Okay, let me get it. Hold on.
so this is a new magazine. He ordered 10 copies. I guess one is coming to me, but that means he has some available. And I really don't think most comic stores are going to order this. So you may want to call Kevin at Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona.
One of my friends ordered it straight from the company. He hasn't gotten it yet.
So yeah, this was what I was telling them earlier. Is this reminds me most is of all the monster magazines of the Monster Times, because the Monster Times covered monsters and horror in all media, from comic books, movies, TV cartoons, even cereal commercials. And this looks like that's what this does, I think. But I've yet to see inside it. This is the first issue.
That cover reminded me of that Brendan Fraser movie, The Whale. I don't know if you guys are familiar.
Yeah, I don't know that.
First appearance of the cryptologist.
Okay. If
These books are
it's a
really
good
cool.
looking magazine, he's definitely the target market for it, being a monster collector.
There's so much
Or-
Bernie Wrightson in this thing.
That's good. It's a good way to start. And this is from Tomorrow's Publications that do retro fan and what comic book artist and alter ego and all that. Yeah, look at this.
This looks great. This is a nice looking magazine.
I would have came on sooner today, but I had these guys that all came in from the. There's a concert up the street, and it's the Jimi Hendrix Experience, and
Okay.
the sound
Really?
guy, the sound people, and the lighting people. They came in and bought a bunch of stuff.
Was it an impersonator?
I
Uh,
don't know what they do. I think they just play his music and have videos and stuff.
Like a tribute.
yeah,
Very
okay.
cool. Very cool.
You got Munsters.
Yeah,
I
man,
would
this
have actually been
magazine,
on
it's
right when
like
the show started.
this is a magazine that looks like it was made for me. Like they have
Yeah.
a bug in my house to find out what I like. So
That'd be a cool TV guide to own.
I actually own it. Yeah, they were on the TV Guide twice, and I own
It'd
both of
make
them.
a cool poster image or T-shirt as well.
I've always
Yeah,
wanted these, but I've never been able to get them.
I only have the Lily and the Morticia
They're
of
so cool.
those.
They
What's
look
your
great like
favorite one?
that when you see them all nice sometimes I see these like on eBay or Mercari and they're all beat up, right? And faded and they
Yeah.
don't look good like this. These are all like mint condition ones that they've got photographed here.
If you could only
So
buy one, which one would you buy?
Well,
wow.
that what I did is I bought the two girls back in the '90s, probably. So
I
that's
would
what I
buy
did.
Herman or maybe Grandpa if I had, but if
Yeah.
if I had one choice, it would be Herman. And
My choice
one of the,
would be a Lurch.
oh really? Well,
Yeah.
the Lurch is really cool. It's more bang for your buck. It's the biggest one, right? It's the tallest one.
Oh yeah.
And they don't really have
Well,
Lurch merchandise.
I
No,
mean,
that's the only
they're all
thing that I
great.
could think of. The only Lurch thing I could think of. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there were some lurches made for the '90s movie, but that doesn't count. That's not
No,
the
yeah, I was just
TV
thinking about
show.
this period.
Yeah.
Um, the other things that they had were like the Uncle Fester light bulb, the It
Uh,
bank with the hand that would come out that wasn't even necessarily branded to the Munsters, but it felt like it was part of the Munsters somehow or something, even though it was probably more the Adams family, right?
well,
Um,
the bank they show at the top of the page there, it did have the thing on the box.
oh,
You
did
see
it?
that?
Oh
That's
yeah,
the
there it is.
box.
Yeah,
That's the
there it
bank. Yeah.
is. Thank you. I didn't notice that.
Yeah. But
I really want to get that the Herman Munster puppet or the talking. There's like two different versions. There's a talking one and a non-talking one. You know the one I'm
yeah,
talking about.
I've got the
The
talking. It's not a puppet. It's an actual full figure doll, stuffed doll, but
so
it
I had
doesn't
the
talk
puppet.
anymore.
You know the one I'm talking about. The one that I had was more. It wasn't it didn't have the talking aspect to it.
Yeah, the puppet is the same head as
Yes, the
yeah,
same head and like the turtleneck with the arms and the same hands.
yeah.
And I guess you can buy. People make reproduction boxes that look pretty good. So I'll probably just eventually. There it is, right there to the right. Right down.
What are we
These are
looking
great.
for?
That guy right there in the middle, that puppet right there.
Oh, the
That's what I was
puppet.
just
Yeah.
talking. Yeah, that's what I was
Is it
just
the
talking.
talking puppet too? Does it talk?
Yeah, it's got his pull string right there. I don't.
Yeah.
Maybe mine just didn't work, and I just don't remember it ever working.
There's a way to fix them because I think they all come off track or something, and you can take them apart and fix them.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to do that.
It just it's like a little mini record inside there that turns.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a guy on eBay. You can send him your puppet. He'll fix it and send it back to you
Hmm.
This
for like
magazine
20.
really is literally it's made for us. This magazine,
Yeah.
it's everything, every page. I want everything on every page.
I have 3 copies left, so
Oh, you sold a lot of them.
I'll take one if you can put one in my pile. I'll if you have
yeah,
one available, I'll take it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, look at those costumes.
I would think Gary Davis would be also like this. Yeah.
I've never seen that Morticia. I've never seen these.
I have the Morticia puppet. I just never shown it, I guess, on my show for some reason.
This I see a lot.
I've got.
Maybe
I
it's the,
still have to put that model back together. It fell apart during the move.
oh, I had the thermos to this.
Yeah,
I had a,
man, this magazine's great.
you have the comics in here.
You know that the thing bank that bank was a very popular novelty. Like
Yeah.
normally normal people had that toy. Like that was like adults had that toy. It was a very common thing. It was like probably one in every other house. You know what I mean? It's at
Yeah,
the
but
time.
it was sold on into probably the 80s, like at gag gift stores, but it didn't have the Adams Family brand on it anymore. And it may have existed before the Adams Family show as just a bank where a hand grabs it.
Yeah, and like a bar novelty. That's where you would often
Yeah,
see it. Yeah.
I have this one.
man, that's a lot of coverage. Well, I'm glad that this sells to people. I was speculating that a lot of comic stores probably wouldn't order this. Um, and then it has pre-code horror stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Shows how they.
Yeah,
Oh,
shows side
very
by
neat.
side.
How they updated the covers. Interesting. Yeah, they just used the original layout. It's yeah, that's those two are a little more closer.
You know, once I get set up in the new place, because of it being as kind of isolated as it is, and the post office is real close, and I have a feeling getting a PO box is going to be probably inexpensive and convenient. I think I'm going to start a PO box and start doing like a viewer mail segment on my channel.
Oh,
And
okay.
really, the target of that, I'm just hoping that I'm going to be able to get something from John Goris is really the main reason why I'm getting a PO box. Anybody else can send. Anybody will be able to send cards or letters or drawings, but really, I'm looking for original John Goris artwork. So there will be a PO box coming for the Meyer Greenblatt channel in the next month.
You know, I
Yeah.
want to start making little fanzines. You know those little mini ones?
Yeah.
Do you guys remember those? You take a piece
Sure.
of paper and fold it, cut it,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
sure. I have a bunch. Yeah, I've got a whole collection.
then
I love it.
make copies. I'm gonna start. I want to start making one.
That's a great idea. I think that's a
Yeah.
great idea.
I think that's something that needs to come back. And so, what else? What else has come in that's interesting? You got all the comics for next week. Was there any facsimiles or anything that's worth seeing?
There's a facsimile from Batman. It's another Neil Adams.
Oh
Or
boy.
they just keep
Well,
they keep going? Is that what they're doing?
I guess they're gonna do all the Neil Adams Batmans because I mean I'm sure they sell, huh?
They're not just doing just keys, right? They're just going through them.
I don't know
This one.
what they're doing. It seems like they're doing. I think any Neil Adams is a key to the key idiots.
So I used to think that when you'd see this line that it was a spine roll.
No, no, it was the way that they showed kids. This is thicker.
Mhm. I just thought always when I'd get these old books, I just thought they just had spine rolls.
No, they were all like that. That's the way they were made. Yeah. Well, pretty neat. Yeah. Okay. I if I could get one of those in my pile, I'd like that, please.
Yeah. So one of those, and
What else you got coming in next week? Is it? I think maybe somebody out there likes to see a preview of what's coming out next week.
How many of those Robins do you have, Kevin? Do you have another one? I'll take it.
yeah, you want one
those
too?
those Batman and Robin that you just showed. That Batman and Robin.
Yeah, I
Oh,
got one for you.
that book there.
Yeah, that giant size that he just showed.
I
If he
thought
has
you
it.
meant the Robin action figure.
No, no. I
You know,
misspoke. I misspoke.
Kevin saw that my dog was running around acting like a puppy, and he ordered a bag of that Burt Ward dog food, and it just came
I
in. He sent
saw
me
it
a
on his
picture
Instagram. Yeah.
yesterday, and my wife looked at it and said, "Oh, he's got the Robin action figure crawling on it," and I didn't even notice. She's got better
Oh,
eyesight than I.
my dogs love that. They've already eaten it twice, and
Oh,
they eat faster than they've ever eaten before.
Do
oh, that's
they
great.
do they run around and act younger yet?
I haven't noticed it yet, but one of my dogs, sometimes he gets sick, and
Hmm.
we'll see if he gets if that's a trust. If he doesn't get sick, then that's a good food.
Oh, good. Oh, look at this. Holy shit! What is? Oh no! I got to get this for Cleo. Is this just for sale? What is this?
It's a
It's
mystery blind box.
it's a Super 7
Oh,
Reaction Blind Box Misfits figure.
oh
You don't know
yeah.
which one you're gonna get. You
How
get
much
one of
is? How much
That's
is it?
it.
they're 15.
Please put one back for Cleo. She's such a big
Okay,
fan of the Misfits and Glenn Danzig. Of course,
look at
she's
the box.
watching. Maybe she isn't watching. Oh, you got a bunch of them.
Maybe you can get the last one, and then you get the box with it.
Oh shit! I would love that box
Look at
for
these little
several
mystery
reasons.
man.
Mainly, I love that original cereal, the
These are
Crimson
grayscale.
Ghost.
They come black and white like that? Or are they
Yeah,
color?
black and white series too. It says.
Oh, look at that. That's cool.
Yeah, they got a Gary Coleman figure there. See,
I like
I'm just
Minion.
kidding. I always thought he looked like Gary Coleman.
And then I
Oh,
got
I never
these.
noticed
Look at
that. I
these
never.
little mystery figures. These are little Bandai ones.
Scott, are you still there? We're ignoring you. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine.
Is any of this stuff cool to you, or stuff you collect Godzilla stuff?
Some stuff, yeah, Godzilla.
Yeah,
Just
Oh, look at I got keychains.
this store is so amazing, man. Oh,
Oh,
it's
that's
like it
cool.
was made for your store almost.
They're like those old hotel room keychains, right?
Yeah, I like it. I like those.
Oh wait, my wife says, Kevin, you just renewed my life. And then she says, "Hi, Gary." I guess because maybe she liked the Misfit figure. I don't know.
I like those. I like that they look like the old keychains to a motel room.
Yeah, they do. I was so disappointed when hotels went to little cards,
Yeah,
disposable
instead of the
cards. It's not cool at all.
retinal scanner to get in your hotel.
Yeah. Scott, do you have photograph? I may have asked you this before, but do you have old photographs of the interior or exterior of your store from way back when?
I have a couple I have to dig out, but I do. They're black and white. Because when I had to once in a while take picture back then. I had to take a picture of my store to prove to Diamond I was a store.
They don't even care anymore. They'll give anybody a license now.
Yeah. I had to
Really?
take a
People
picture of the outside and a picture of the inside.
Did you
yeah,
ever have to do that,
people
Kevin?
sell comics out of their garage now.
Did you ever have to sit and take pictures to prove to Diamond?
Yeah, I think when I first opened, but they don't do that anymore. They're just happy to get that anybody's buying from them.
Yeah, man. The industry's pretty much dead. All I care about is old comics, but they make these facsimiles. I like those, but then they're old comics. I mean, technically, they're just reprints of old comics. So still,
Oh, I forgot to show you guys a couple things. Oh yeah,
oh
everybody's favorite version of Elvira.
oh no, oh no, oh no, say it isn't so. Well, I'll just stick to
Well, the
we
cool
do.
thing about it is, look at you can get this accessory, and you can get this face for your other figure. You don't have to use it on this figure
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
if you don't like
Well,
this rainbow dress. But look at it's not rainbow for Pride. It's rainbow for the over the
Over
Rainbow
the rain.
Bridge.
yeah,
Oh,
but that's right. It what it really is. The
I
Well, there's
ordered it
always
because I had a feeling
vampire.
that it would be short ordered. I just ordered one because I was like, no one's gonna order this, and it's gonna be rare. Watch.
It's that actually is going to be sought after by people. Hey, now could you show them the new Sven Gulli comic that has what I
Yeah.
consider to be the new Elvira? Is this Gwen Gulli, this Sarah Palmer character? Sarah Palmer is a personality on Instagram, whatever, but she's now on the Sven Gulli show. That's a new model kit. That's a very nice painting. Uh,
I wish it showed the model because the model is really nice. Let me. Oh, maybe it's on here. Yeah, there it is.
oh yeah, oh, about that.
You could change his look. Look, you could put the necklace.
Yeah, I'm just not that good a painter that I couldn't do that with
Oh,
it.
medallion with a chain instead.
I wish that it was an already
Nice
built
model.
painted figure in a cool box like that. Because
Me too. That's why I'm trying to find people in my area that can do them. And then basically, give you one model and you paint one for me.
yeah, that's like a good deal too.
This just came in.
That's pretty neat too. That looks like it's pretty big. I don't really have a sense of scale, but
12-inch skeleton, and then he comes on a base that has two other skeletons because I bought the deluxe version that has a detailed polyresin diorama.
well, 12-inch, you could have him. You could do a stop motion animated film where he's fighting GI Joe or one of the Adventure Joes or something. Oh,
Look
look
at
at
this.
that!
Pluto is Sinbad.
Oh wow,
And then I got Popeye, Wimpy, and Olive Oil.
Power Stars. What is that supposed to
Are these
mean?
Boss Fight Studios?
Yeah, Boss Fight Studios.
Yeah, these are really nice toys. This is a well made line. I have a
This is
set
their
of those.
cheap.
Yeah.
So these are their cheap line. They have a more articulated, expensive line right here. See it?
Yeah.
Well, why do
Yeah.
they call it Power Stars? Is that because kids don't know who Popeye is, or?
Nobody know. Yeah, kids don't know who Popeye is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
But they're
Yeah, they
cool.
wouldn't.
Those are neat. I like those carded ones. I like that Sinbad right there is cool.
Do you have the Wimpy?
Yeah, you didn't
No,
see him?
yeah, he's
I
got
don't know.
wimpy.
I've got
Looks good.
Alzheimer's. Oh
Yeah, it
yeah,
looks good.
he's got hamburger accessories.
Yeah,
That's
he looks
good.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, these are $22 for the non-articulate. Oh, there's a little articulation, like 5 points probably. Oh no, it's more than five because they have
Yeah.
knee joints.
Yeah.
At
Pretty
least seven.
neat.
At least seven points. These are cool. These are deluxe Simpsons figures with
Yeah.
articulation. He glows in the
Yeah.
black light. He has a coffin with a lid. He's
Hey, I saw. Did I see it on your show or somewhere else? I saw what is the name of the superhero that Bart Simpson likes?
yeah, it's
Radioactive
right here.
Man.
Look at you put his chest lights up. He has a
That's
light up
cool.
chest.
How much is that guy?
Look, and then he has the origin issue behind him on a stand like this.
Oh, that's cool. Do you have that, Meyer?
No,
35
this
for
just
that.
came out. These are new. This is all new stuff that just came out the last like couple
I
weeks.
I must have seen that when I was on the phone with you or on the video call with you. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. That's the only place I could have seen it.
Kevin, can you put one of those Batman 237 facsimiles in my stack?
Oh yeah, it's already in there. I heard you. I heard you
Oh,
earlier.
cool. Oh, I didn't know if you heard me because
Yeah, I heard you.
my friend is watching the show and he just messaged me and said that he said you should grab that 237. He said those are good. It's a good story. I guess he's read it or he has it or something. The original.
Yeah, so that you were showing me this, he's got a space helmet. This is like if the 1966 Batman had a huge budget where he goes into outer space.
Look, he has wings too.
Wow.
Imagine if they had a fourth season and they were suddenly given a huge budget.
That's what's going on with McFarlane. He's kind of so he's already made all of the stuff that's authentic and true to the show. So now he's making characters that they didn't even have in the like. There's a Batman '66 Bat robot that's a very cool looking figure.
I wonder if he's done a William Shatner Two-Face like the cartoon movie.
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think he has.
Have you seen the movie with the Shatner Two-Face?
No, uh-uh.
There's an animated film with Burt Ward, Adam West, recent, well, last 10 years. They made two animated movies that were like continuations of the TV show from the 60s.
I remember seeing one of those.
So these are books for next week.
Yeah, nothing that you guys are gonna like. I just got a bag and boarding.
I don't know. There might be some moron out there watching that will like this stuff.
This Marvel Zombies is it's like a kid's book.
Oh yeah,
Really?
I never liked the Marvel zombie stuff. I thought it was disrespectful. I don't know. I just don't know, man. It's like weird seeing Batman cut people's hands off and Spider-Man as a rotted corpse. I mean, it seems like almost like it's disrespectful to the United States of America because we have we're such a young country. Characters that go back 60 or in the case of Batman 80 years, this is our mythology, and then when you
Well, we have to go
pervert
through
it,
the darkness before we go to the light, right? It's always the darkness before the dawn.
oh my gosh, you're starting to sound like that letter after the letter P. uh, what is that, like some woman with a giant butt? What kind of comic book is this? What is that?
Monster High.
Oh
It's kids' toys, right? From
yeah,
like 30
yeah,
years
well,
ago,
they're
20
Yeah,
years
but
ago.
actually
mostly it's
they're actually pretty
25-year-old men
cool for
that are
little
buying them.
girls. It's a pretty cool toy for little girls, those Monster High dolls, I have to admit. Some of them are
Uh,
really neat looking.
my daughter-in-law reads these comics and collects the dolls, and she's got some cool dolls. They're cool.
Yeah, yeah, Cleo was getting some of these when I first met her, actually, too. I mean, they have a
I
pretty
used to
good
get them for a
Frankenstein
friend.
girl.
I used to get the exclusive ones at San Diego for a friend, his daughter. And then his daughter grew up, and then I sold them for her. So she was
She would
collecting them
have
when she was like 7 or 8.
like
And then when
a
she was like
wall of
18 or 19, she wanted to sell them all.
she has like a wall of plastic coffins in her craft room that are like hanging on the wall, and inside of each coffin is some special Monster High doll. You know the ones I'm talking about? Yeah.
Is that a
She
Disney
displays her
comic,
stuff like
Murder
we
King?
display our stuff. It's
Yeah,
What the
it's like
hell
a
is
interesting.
dark.
this?
It's like a dark Disney. Let's read this. Murder Kingdom delivers a funhouse ride through candy-colored playground where no one lives happily ever after or otherwise.
Yeah, this has target market of those
It's
Wednesday
a
Adams
dark,
type girls.
yeah, dark Disney girls.
And the kids that are into that movie about the Chuck E. Cheese characters that become killers, what is it called? Night at the Roxbury or something?
Oh yeah, Five
Uh,
Nights at Freddy's.
there you go. I don't know what this stuff is. Yeah, there's a market for this. Whether that market stumbles into your store, I don't know, but maybe they will someday.
The cover looked cool. This
Yeah,
one.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. It's just not my
I didn't
forte.
like the inside. They never show you what the inside looks like until you
I
get
mean,
it.
we were just looking at Fiction House comics from Scott, and then I see that. It's like,
The
uh,
contrast.
you get spoiled a little bit.
Yeah, if you guys have anything, I showed everything. I think.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Hey, Scott, do you have any more stuff to show?
I'm gonna hold some back for next time. Next time I'll show
Oh,
some slabs.
oh, okay. So the stuff that you showed last week, is that
Yeah.
stuff already up on eBay?
No, I'm gonna be putting that stuff because somebody asked about some of the DC horror. I'll start putting that stuff up tomorrow.
Oh, the DC horror is stuff that appeals to me too. I just don't have a lot of money right now. But that Jet Aces one, I really like that. If you'd kind of maybe think about me with that one, maybe that you said that might not be too much.
No, that's not that much.
Yeah, that one looked damn cool. Is that something that's still handy, or you could show Kevin that one, or you could show it next time? It's okay.
I can grab it.
Oh, okay. So it must be quitting time, or your store's already closed, huh, Kevin?
I've been closed. Look at this.
Yeah.
We saw a preview of this. Remember?
Oh, okay. Well, that'll sell. Holy shit! That
Remember
Yeah, I
we
almost
saw
remember
a
looks
the
like
preview?
something I'd like. Who is
Yeah, we
this
remember
saw
the
a
artist?
preview.
yeah.
This artist
It
is
looks
kind
like
of
depending.
charming.
Yeah, this guy's good.
Wasn't expecting that,
Fred
honestly.
Harper. Fred Harper is this artist. Look at this body horror.
Well, what has he done in the past? Well, I don't know. I guess
I
it's
can't think
okay.
of anything, but I've seen it before.
Well, there's not a lot of words in this comic, but oh, it said Zark. Oh, that's almost
Well,
like Zork.
he has a real Richard Corbin mixed with Simon Bisley is how I would describe this.
Yeah, I don't know. Tomorrow I may do a live stream in the morning. I'm in a pickle where I can't do it in the afternoon tomorrow. Because here's what happened. I was
Look at
coming
this.
home from work. Oh, it's got a bubblegum card in
This looks cool. I'll take one of these, Kevin. I'll take one of these.
You want the special one with the trading card?
it.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
How many did
How
you
much
get
more?
of it?
How much more for the trading card?
I got two for it with the trading card, and I got one with without a trading card. It's a
Are they all
dollar
the
more
same?
for the trading card.
What is it before the dollar more?
It's $3.99 or $4.99.
Yeah, I'll take the 4.99. I'll take the trading card one.
Could I
Trading
get
card.
one too? I kind of like it.
You like the trading card?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, here's the pickle I got in. I tuned in to a show. When the hell was it? Tuesday night, maybe. And they were showing comics for $2 each if you just put claim, and it said free postage. And I tune in, and they're showing a 1960s Metamorpho comic, and I'm going, "Oh my God!" And no one's claiming it. And I said, "I gotta claim it." So I didn't even. So I claimed it, and then I thought. Then I saw a couple more. Well, actually, I saw four. Right, so that gets me up to $8. So, but then apparently they've got rules that I didn't know about, that you've got to get 10 of them so that the postage makes sense as far as them sending them to you, because you get, so that means I got to get six more comics. And they do this claim sale on Saturday afternoons. And I hate it because it's very anxiety producing, because some cool comic will appear and then someone will claim it before you. And I don't like that. It's right. But I've got to get six more before the guy will, and I've got to pay for those before I could get this stuff sent to me. I didn't know. I just figured, but then it wouldn't make sense for to send anyway, because there was a Three Mouseketeer. Hey, Scott, do you have any Three Mouseketeers from DC? Mouseketeers,
I
not
can't look for those because I remember you mentioning them before.
you don't have any. Oh, I gotta go to him. uh yeah, anyway, there was one of those and someone got it before me. Actually, I wasn't even watching that. See, yeah, this book is does do you have any Jungle Girl ones that are for sale that are affordable, like kind of less pricey?
When I go through the stuff, I'll look. I might
Okay,
have
I mean,
ones that are lower grade.
well, I mean, I'm not horrible grade, but
Yeah, something. I know
the
what you mean.
the cover attached.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I want to see every comic in your house, but I know you holding up comics. People don't understand that don't do these shows. Just continually holding up comics to the camera is actually exhausting when you're living in the United States and you eat our diet. It's hard to hold up books over. It's exhausting. Uh, but oh, I didn't mean to do that. What am I doing? Oh, someone else is coming in. Oh, what's going on?
I'm gonna end up having to have rotator cuff surgery because of holding a selfie stick. You know.
A selfie stick. I don't know what I'm trying to do here. I guess let me see here. Layout. I'll make everyone equal, equitable. Oh, shit. Rumble in the last few days, Rumble has put on commercials every 5 minutes. It's like worse than Tubi TV. I'm trying to record something. Every time I look up, it's some infomercial. Hopefully they'll stop doing it after the presidential race is over. Library 88 says great Toxie book. And he says, ha, 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 the card is great. And that Jet Aces is a beauty. Thank you. Thank you very much. So um what's up in the coming week? You got anything coming in, Last Frontier, Scott?
Um, I probably have something coming in next week. Later next week, I might have a couple things coming in.
Yeah. What about Sugar and Spike? Do you have any Sugar and Spike comics from DC?
No,
Uh, Try to think of obscure stuff. What about from Marvel? Little Kids or Little Pals?
no. I really don't have much of that that kid stuff. That stuff goes quick when I do get it.
Yeah.
You don't see it very often either, you know?
No, no, no one bought those books. Um, 1950s or what about 1950s Archie comics for sale?
Well, I'm probably going to put up that 52 that I got last weekend up. And it's not that much. But
I don't remember. I don't remember it. There
yeah,
was so much last week. It's overwhelming.
yeah, it was a yeah, I have a number 52 I might be throwing up.
Okay. Um, but that would be about it as far as that era of
That
Archie.
near Archie's, yeah, because I collect those. So
Yeah, so anything up would be a duplicate from your
right.
collection.
I found my sugar and spikes. You guys keep talking. You can look at these sugar and spikes.
Yeah, yeah. Let me give you the. Okay, you've got a. You're not opening packed boxes, are you?
No, it
That'd
just
be.
so happened that you mentioned it, and there's stacks of long boxes and short boxes, and they're all alphabetically marked, so it was easy to find. The S's were right on top.
So when will
Can't
you
really
have
see them.
everything moved? Are you going to
The
be
lights are really
moved
bad.
by this time next week? Will the move be over?
Yes,
And so this time next week, will you be making videos where you're unboxing? Is that
yes, I should be.
uh,
That's the
this is
plan.
going to be? You guys have got to subscribe to Meyer if you haven't already, because if you like unboxing videos, that's all you're going to be seeing from now on. Are you going to film any of the move? You think that would
I
be
don't know.
interesting, or
I'm not
too
sure. We'll see.
hectic to bother with it?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Here's a Christmas issue. It's nice.
Oh yeah, I love this, man. And love this stuff, man. Do you own any 1950s Rudolph comics, Meyer?
No, the only Rudolph I have are the one of the treasuries.
Yeah, yeah,
The red-nosed
yeah.
reindeer.
Yes. Have you ever had any of those in your shop?
Yeah, I kept them anytime I saw them.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Got good taste. Have you ever had Sugar and Spike come through your store? These books?
I can't remember ever seeing those.
This is a great comic.
Hey, did you watch the Dark Red Dracula last night? He went to that famous monsters convention.
I put it
Yeah,
in my
I watched some of
playlist,
it, not
but
all of it.
I haven't watched it because
Yeah, he interviews James Warren.
right.
Yeah, that was really cool. I saw that.
So remember the first time you met him, he ripped the cover off his book.
I know, I remember
Well,
that. That was,
this time I'm like biting my fingernails watching it because he's handling his book, and he's like,
yeah.
"Oh, you got a mint copy," and he's asking him, how many of these do you have? And he's like, I have the whole run. And he goes, will you give them to me if you die?
Who said that? Warren said that to
Yeah,
him?
yeah. And Dark Red Dracula, he's like, well, I'm hoping, maybe I'll live longer than you, hopefully,
Oh
because he's
boy.
still, I think he's probably in his 30s, maybe late 30s.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, maybe early 40s, and James Warren's probably in his 90s. But
And
yeah,
then, I learned something though. He asked him, why did you make Monster World? And I always thought it was to try to get to a certain number of issues.
yeah, that
But that
wasn't the
wasn't why.
original.
He said he wanted these issues on the stands for a couple months, not just a month. And they didn't want to do that. So he just put out two magazines and had alternating issues, and every 2 months, famous monsters would come out. So that month off, a Monster World would come out.
Yeah, and I think he was trying to crowd out the competition too.
And then they were talking about, well, what's the print run? We know you printed 200,000 of the first one. And he basically said that it was 200,000 for almost all of them, unless there was a blizzard that month in part of the air. There was a blizzard going on during the winter. Maybe that region of the U.S. would order less comics because
Oh,
there's a blizzard and nobody can get out and get the comics,
oh,
so
I
they would
see.
order less. Did you guys know that? I didn't know that.
So they would print less?
They would print less because they got less orders because there was a. I guess that means their orders were real tight. I thought my orders
I,
were tight when I'm ordering 3 weeks in advance. Maybe they're ordering like a week in advance.
I see. I didn't know that that stores ordered books. I thought they were just. I guess I
They
didn't
just
realize.
magically show up on their rack. Yeah.
Well, I
No,
just thought they got all the books from that particular
no, because
company.
they're, you would know what sells better than other stuff. Certain areas would sell more, superheroes. More, another area would sell more horror stuff.
Or Western stuff in the Southern state. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I never thought about it, honestly. Um,
Yeah, it's a good show if you watch it.
yeah, well, I'm planning to. It's just I come home and I fall asleep.
Yeah.
and and
Let me see what else
588
I can
says,
find in
well, I
my
haven't
box.
seen this many sugar and spikes in a row. These gems are hard to find. I probably should show some of mine soon, or go through some of my boxes.
I had a hardcover, but I think you got it, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I did get that. Yeah.
You guys want to look at my Submariner collection? This is my entire collection of Submariners. This is the earliest issue I have.
Sure, yeah.
It's like that photo cover. There's like a photo in the
It
background.
is a photo cover. This is a photo cover of New York with John Buscema drawing Namor over it.
Yeah, that's great. Um,
JFK's funeral. Somewhere down here is is John saluting in a Batman comic.
You know, Submariner used to be, well, probably maybe still was easy to collect because they weren't that expensive.
Yeah, I always
But
like.
there's some unbelievably great artwork, and Bill Everett was drawing it for a while. And is that a
Well,
Bill Everett issue there? Might be.
people out here, they hate Aquaman and they hate Submariner.
Why? Because they don't like water there in Arizona?
I don't know. Maybe I'm not close enough to the beach. Yeah.
Yeah, that issue's
This is one of
Yeah,
those
that's a great.
JC
more
Penney
valuable.
reprint. This is a JC Penney reprint.
Oh, that's the reprint. Yeah, I have the reprint on my spinner rack. Yeah.
This is a great cover.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was all very inexpensive when I was buying it. Like these books, I was buying these from my comic shop in 8th grade, and they were in a quarter bin.
Yeah. You know, it's weird. You know, Disney owns the Marvel superheroes cartoons from 1966, and they won't let them be shown anywhere. But they pull them down from YouTube if anyone puts them up. But the Submariner cartoons, they've never taken them down from YouTube. So I'm
There's a
not sure.
Mariner. There's a Submariner comic going on right now that nobody even buys.
Really.
It's they call it Namor. They don't call it Submariner.
Yeah. Well, they messed that character up in the movies, and
So
yeah.
like, I sell one copy off the stand if I'm lucky.
Avi Ron says, awesome stuff as usual. Who's Avi Ron? Hello, Avi Ron. He must be a regular viewer if he says as usual.
But here's one of
So
these double sides.
anyway,
This is
I
for
have to watch.
listeners, giant
Well, that's
size.
great. Do you have the Doctor Doom cover that's right about here?
I don't know. No,
Scott, you know if you have
I
the
love this
Submariner
piece.
cover
This is
with
great.
Doctor Doom?
This cover is pretty good.
I don't believe so.
And I'm not getting it because, oh, it's Doctor Doom and he's going to be in a movie. It's because when I was in fourth grade, I had a T-shirt of that cover.
So right now they're doing a whole month of Doctor Doom covers for every Marvel title.
Are they? Okay.
Orca.
Yeah, I always loved this character.
Yeah, me too.
Uh,
Oh, and this is the last issue I have.
you know what? It's weird. That's the first issue I ever bought of Submariner. I'm pretty sure. Is that a 25 cent?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's
25
not
center.
the. It's yeah. It's the first one I bought as a kid, and then I bought older ones later. Pretty
So the
sure.
very first issue of Submariner that I bought was these. It was these two. So I found these two comics, the 64 and 65. Then this is like a two-parter,
Yeah.
and these were in a 25. These were in the 25-cent stack at Bob Sidebottom's comic shop in Monterey, California, when I was in 8th grade, and because there was all
So
kinds of stuff there, right? And, but I just had read the Submariner character like in. I think that I saw him like the first time I really saw him featured like centrally was in this Daredevil annual from about 1975, like Daredevil annual number 4 or something like that. Ring a bell. So that was
uh-huh.
like the first time I saw him. And then I saw these two and they were 25 cents a piece. So I bought them, read these, and then that's when I just started getting more and more and discovering, just like you said, that nobody really wanted this title, and so they were very inexpensive and easy to find at the time. Here.
Library 88 says that aquatic monster on that last issue you have also appeared in a DC comic in some way, I believe. And Paranoid Android says, thanks for the Alan the Cat showing you had in your earlier video today.
Oh, that made my dog go crazy this morning.
Oh no. Oh boy. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dog went nuts when he heard that.
Oh, Jehoshaphat.
I
I
never
don't have my
heard that cat.
show
I've
two
never
more
heard this
comics
cat
now.
talk like that before.
I'm going to show these two Star Trek comics that I bought during the same summer vacation. This was the
Uh-huh.
first time that I read a Star Trek comic before, or maybe the first time I had seen one. I think before this, I found one of those Enterprise log reprint books that Whitman
Right.
had been putting out. You know the ones I'm talking about.
Of course,
Um,
yeah.
but so I had one of those already. But this was the first time that I had seen the comic book like in a convenience store in the Oregon coast, like during summer vacation. And I bought
They were
both of
hard to
these.
find.
It just so happens that the two that I bought were like really great issues with these really cool covers. Like, look at this. This is the one with the big purple bear monster.
I was so excited when I would find a Star Trek comic. They were not uh Gold Key didn't have they weren't distributed like Marvel and DC were. You didn't see them all the
Right.
time.
Yeah, I didn't see them. I wasn't seeing these at Safeway. So it was like I had to find them like on a road trip with my family.
You know, I was thinking that that Laurel and Hardy comic that Scott gifted me with, I've been thinking, how did it disappear from my collection? And I'm thinking that I may have traded it in 1973 to a friend of mine for a Star Trek comic when it didn't have this nostalgic value to me, and I didn't care as much because it was only a couple years old, and Star Trek was so all-consumingly important to me at that age. And that's great. What is this? Oh, okay. It's the back of the Star Trek one.
Yeah, just the ad in the back of the Star Trek comic.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to that George Wilson book that was supposed to come out
Oh,
like a year.
Personality posters. I don't know.
What?
Brought you. It got pushed back.
Again?
Got
Till
pushed
when?
back to like I think December or something like that.
Okay. Well, that gives me more time for Santa to bring me more money.
I don't think they're getting the orders.
Oh, that's probably the case because no one knows who George Wilson is. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of older people that remember how great the paintings were on Gold Key. They don't know who the guy was. They don't
They
know him
probably
by
think
his
that Dennis
name.
the Menace is next door neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. It is. You imagine they never really told you what George Wilson next door to Dennis the Menace's
All right.
job was. Hey,
I found these
Scott, do you
statistics.
have? Oh, that's great.
So I
Do you
found more
have
stuff
any?
worth looking at. I found these my Star Spangled War collection. So this also started in a similar sense in that these unknown soldier books in this title, I was finding them in 25-cent bins or 50-cent bins,
Oh, wow.
like in 8th, 9th grade.
Scott, do you have that one for sale?
But Star Spangled War Stories.
That
Spangled
particular
War
issue with the
That
that
particular issue, no, but I do have a couple dinosaur issues.
oh yeah, maybe you could dig those out next time.
Hey, Grouchy, did I send you that that Christopher Lee magazine reprint? It was some like Famous Monsters, but it wasn't Famous Monsters. Do you
No,
remember
is
that?
it like a? I think I know what you're talking about, but no. Do you have a copy of that? Or
Well, I've been looking around for it. I don't know where it is. It
oh,
has
you
that
thought
ad in it
maybe
with
I
the,
have it, but no. Oh, look at that.
So this is a
Uh,
great issue. This is the one about his dog Shotzi. When his dog
yeah.
Shotzi gets killed. See, there's Shotzi right there.
Oh, I didn't know he was killed. Oh, that's terrible.
Shotzi, my good
It's
luck symbol is gone, and so am I.
He wasn't a dog, wasn't he? A wolf, like a wild wolf, or wait,
No, he's like a little puppy in here. He's a puppy.
Oh,
Like a
okay,
little
but
pup.
remember, he would go out in the forest and he would commune with this wolf. It was the only thing that understood enemy ace. Remember, that's what I remember. God, what beautiful artwork!
Isn't that
Man,
great?
it's like he's a superhero because of that
It's a great
mask.
story.
Um,
See, here it is.
Scott, what about 1950s Dennis the Menace, early Dennis the Menace comics?
No, I did find a couple of these.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll look at those in a second.
Yep.
Gold Key Geezer says Hermes Press needs to get their act together, and that George Wilson. Oh, is that the company putting it out? Gold Key Geezer, nice enemy ace, Meyer. Yeah, Gold Key Geezer. He's definitely someone that needs that book. um,
So here's when I started reading these books and finding them for really inexpensive in the 80s.
yeah, beautiful. Oh man,
They put Man Thing in X Force this week.
morons. Uh, is Man Thing more intelligent now than it used to be?
I think they made him a lot smarter. Yeah.
Because
Oh, they
in
did.
that TV show, he was kind of like Chewbacca. That's the first issue I ever bought when I was a kid. That one there.
Yeah, this is a racial issue.
Yeah, I remember buying that issue.
I have that Spinguli here if you want to take a look at it.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely.
First one that
Okay.
I ever bought right here.
Oh, okay. That's not too far apart from the one I got.
That's right after that one.
Yeah. Yo, yeah, I loved the Unknown Soldier, and I always thought that, and it,
So cool.
I
This
always thought
cover's
that,
so great. Look at that cover; it's so amazing.
yeah, that's the cover I was just thinking about. That I always thought
Meyer,
the movie. Go ahead.
did you ever get the Unknown Soldier 12-inch GI Joe figure?
No, I didn't know it existed.
Mm-mm.
It was
What?
really cool. I sold mine a long time ago, but it was really cool.
Well, couldn't you just get any GI Joe and wrap him in bandages and make him into the Unknown Soldier?
Yeah,
But
you can make anything if you want to,
oh,
you know.
I know. I would love to. I didn't know that existed. That sounds amazing. If they ever made a 12-inch enemy ace, that would be spectacular.
I've never seen it, but they probably do.
Now, did the Unknown Soldier? Did you have a different head that would look like that
Yeah,
head?
yeah. He had a bandaged head and he had an unwrapped head. He
Oh
came in.
wow!
He
See,
came in a really good box.
I thought Sam Raimi with the movie Darkman was basically doing the Unknown Soldier because I
Yeah,
knew he was a comic book person, and that was before he made Spider-Man. Yeah, this is a great book, man. It's making me realize how much stuff there is out there I still have to get. But
Oh, I got to show you guys that. That reminded me. I got the GI Joe compendium, and it has the first 50 issues of the Marvel GI Joe
yeah,
in it.
oh,
you're right.
I'd like
And
to see that.
it's crazy how thick this thing is and how light it is because it's on newsprint.
Oh yeah,
Really?
okay.
Oh,
Paranoid
I'd like to see
Android
that. Can
wants
you
to
get
know,
me that? I
Kevin.
wanna see that.
Yeah,
This,
He wants to
this
know
is
if
the
you
last
have any
one
night
we saw.
nurses in stock.
Let's go to Kevin. I want to see that GI Joe book.
I don't have
Yeah.
any night nurse, but someone told me that the Storm comic had like some kind of an introduction to night nurse in it.
Okay. Well, there was a book that came out at the tail end of the pandemic that reprinted the few issues of Night Nurse in
Mhm.
a more slick paper format, and that it shouldn't be too expensive. I bought
Yeah.
it.
Look at this thing. Check this out. How thick this is.
Oh, dude,
Oh, so it's an omnibus, but it's more like a
what's
phone
Oh,
the
God.
book.
what's the price tag
Bigger
on
than a
that,
phone
Kevin?
book. It's insane. But it's so light. It weighs nothing. You can hold, look at it, 2 fingers. It weighs
Is
nothing.
it $60? What is it?
I'm guessing 65. Am I right?
I can't
Oh,
see.
am I right? Yeah,
Um,
65.
64.99.
Yeah, and I got the original cover. See that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad.
They have a version
Oh,
of it with
it's
the new cover.
it's color inside. Oh, I thought it was going to be black and white like
It's
those
all colors.
Central.
The first 50 GI Joe Marvel issues, right?
This is the biggest omnibus I've ever seen, but it's newsprint, so it's the lightest too.
Did you order that for somebody? Like, I mean, is that something that you
I
have?
ordered two. I ordered one for somebody, and I ordered one for whoever wants it first.
Sounds like you got a buyer there.
Yeah, I'll think
Meyer, you
about
want?
that. I gotta think
Oh, okay. He's got to buy dinners for those people moving his stuff. Unknown Soldier is awesome, says Library 88. P.S. Awesome books, Meyer.
Oh,
Okay, so
thank you
that's
guys. Thank
amazing. That really is. Although you could probably buy a lot of those GI Joe issues. I don't know how much they cost. I guess the first issue is expensive, but wow, a newsprint softcover omnibus is great. That's actually a good idea.
It's so light that I didn't even know it was in the box. Like I thought it was just comics in the box.
What are we looking? Oh,
Yeah,
this is an X-Men
I'll
comic.
hold off on that. There might be a viewer though that's interested in that, and
Why
I
is
would think
Storm
that that's going to
vomiting?
be something that was going to sell with your clientele. You know what I mean? There's certain things I think that the guys would like that book.
Imagine that's in a PX. That would sell pretty well. Um, okay, so what is that thing we're looking at there? That what is that
When
thing?
you guys were talking about Night Nurse, it made me look at this storm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, shit. It reminds us why we're not buying Marvel. Let's see that Svengoolie book. Do you still have the one that you're keeping for yourself there to show?
Yeah, yeah. You wanted to see that cover, right?
Well, I just want to show people that, now that Elvira's gotten all woke and everything, and there is still hope for the future in this Sarah Palmer lady who is now playing Svengoolie. She is very talented, and um, I mean, she really is. If I was in charge of Me TV, I would give her a spinoff from Svengoolie.
And this is like a graphic novel, like a thin one, prestige format, but it's on newsprint too. So these are really light. I had a stack of them, and it weighed nothing.
So they've come up with a new formula to make stuff that's like newsprint, but it's not really the same
I
kind
think
of
it's even
paper.
lighter. I think this newsprint is even lighter than the old newsprint.
And how will it age is the question. Is this going to
Let
turn
me
immediately brown, or will it last
let's check.
better than old comic
Ask
book?
me that question in 10 years, and I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm not going to be around 10 years, I don't think.
I don't
I
think
don't know
anybody's gonna
about
be
that.
around 10.
Well, you'll be around. You're younger.
We
10
don't get
years.
wiped off this planet. Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's solar flares. Maybe they'll wipe us out tomorrow and we'll be put out of our misery. Yeah, that's that one is a 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 variant that you're keeping, but then there's one that you've got for sale. Do you want to show that to show people what it looks like inside?
Yeah. There's two other covers.
Okay, in case people want to call you and
The last
what?
time they did a Svengoolie comic, it was super under ordered, and I think I was the only shop in town that ordered them, so they sold really fast.
Yeah, this show's pretty popular on Me TV. What is your phone number in case anyone wants to call you and order stuff?
So on his show, if he talks about this comic, it'll sell issues.
I'm sure he'll talk about it. He probably will
If he
talk about it
doesn't,
tomorrow.
if he doesn't talk about it, it won't sell.
No, he'll talk about it. Why wouldn't he? So this looks more like a real comic book to me because it obviously looks like newsprint, but
No, it's so much easier to flip through pages on
and
newsprint.
what I like is seeing the white borders around the edges because on most of these modern comics, the black goes right to the edge because they're trying to simulate that you're in a movie theater and they have black around the images to make it look like you're in a, watching a movie. But
It's so much easier to
I'm
flip
not
through pages.
saying that
They
this
don't
is
stick
fine
together.
art or this is something but it's, I'd rather support this than. Did they ever show the Gwen Gooley character in the comic, the girl?
I haven't seen her yet. Let's keep. Oh yeah, here she is. Here she comes in the last story. Look at there she is, and some
Oh,
facts about her.
oh, she has her own story.
She
Okay.
hails from Hollyweird, where she hung with haunting who's who of expired entertainers in a
Yeah,
celebrity cemetery.
this lady really has great comic timing and personality, and she's maybe 24. So this, I think, is the new hope for horror female horror host going forward in the next several decades is my prediction. But uh, so Ben Gooley needs to feature her more. I really haven't watched him lately, but I need to now that I actually am able to watch Me TV and see how much use he's making of her. But
Oh look, there's the commercial for the Me Tunes.
yeah, last time I watched Sven Gooley, he didn't have all these other ghoul goblin characters. Those ones that are there on with the pointy ears. I don't remember these characters. So these are newer additions to. I just remember the show being about him, the Sven Squad. Well, cool. Let's see. Scott wanted to show us. You got something else to show?
Well, I found a couple dinosaur books.
Yeah. Let me figure out how to do that. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, this is Star Spangled 125.
Oh, thank goodness I already have that one because I
And
would go ape shit wanting it.
this is 122.
I think I have that one too. These are for sale in case someone wants them.
Yeah, those are for sale.
Yeah.
Do they still make those kind of Mylars? You have those in?
Yes, yes.
What's the? Do they have a special name?
The Gerbers, Gerber Mylars, Gerber products.
Those are the kind where you don't tape them closed; they just stay open.
Right.
They're a
Yeah,
little
I've met.
scary too. I think we were talking about it last week. If you've got a brittle comic, they can catch a little tiny tear and
Oh, they'll
the
tear your. Those things will tear your fingers up. I've been cut
yeah,
open on them.
that would make me nervous about taking a comic in and out of it too much. But they're good for display. Yeah.
Next time you're at a convention and you see those in a box, see if you see any blood on them.
588. That first Dinosaur War book is a classic. Yeah, they're all classics, man. They're all amazing. Uh, yeah. Do you have the Marvel magazine called Pussycat? Did I already ask you that?
I don't have that, but their foray and yeah, that was out what in the '60s, late '60s. That came out.
Yeah.
Tried to
That's
do
probably
their own adult line.
yeah, their own little Annie Fanny kind of thing. Yeah, well, shoot. Uh, is that? But that's not all of your collection that's in that room. It's in other rooms too, huh?
Yeah.
How
Yep.
do you divide it? How do you categorize them? How do you put things? Is it
Well,
all?
each box is a title. Like
Okay.
have like one section of like a few boxes of Avengers, boxes of Iron Man, stuff like that. Like Archie will have its own box.
Yeah.
Um, horror. Like I keep like the horror books in 2 boxes.
Okay.
And they're mostly like I said, most of this stuff is mostly bronze to modern.
Okay.
But
Is the room you're in? Do you have your private collection in one room, and then the stuff you have for sale separated in another room?
um, well, I have one rack that's the that has my collection on it, but
Okay.
not much.
How much your own collection? How many boxes would your own collection fit in? Stuff.
Um, about 7 boxes. It's in 7 boxes.
7 long boxes is.
No, short
Oh,
boxes.
so your collection is very curated and very carefully selected.
Right. It's pretty much almost all golden age.
Did you hear
Oh,
Comic Tom? He says he only has one short box.
yeah, I heard him say that. Well, um, but he's not old enough to be nostalgic for these books when they were on the rack. None of this has any personal connection to his childhood. All the great stuff was already published when, I don't know how old that guy is, but um, I
This
don't
guy
know.
got here with the solar flare. Look at this.
Hold on, let's see, take a look. Oh my goodness gracious! What book is this?
It's the new Geiger. It's a new story arc.
Oh wow! Oh shit! This is this line. I keep knocking modern comics, but this is a good line.
They got
Uh,
a new sidekick now. They have this three-eyed zebra now.
is this a book you've already pulled for me, or will
No,
you?
this is, I just got this in. I'm gonna read this tonight.
Okay. Did you get multiple copies of it?
Yeah, they had a special deal. If I keep my orders up where they were,
Yeah.
I can get an extra bundle of 10 for like $5.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. Yeah, save me one of those. I really like this particular line of comics.
And
This
this
is
is one
good.
where you guys, if you haven't read it yet, you can just jump in here if you want, because
Yeah,
it's a new
good.
story.
Yeah, this is so there are actually good new comics being made, you know. And this is good stuff. Um Library 88, 7 short boxes is a good amount. I would like to hone it down to about 8 boxes eventually. Yeah, you really could do that. There's a lot of stuff I could probably get rid of in my collection.
This
I'm
thing I
like,
really want, Meyer. This thing is, I got on the wait list for this.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't know
that's
whether
good.
Seven is on the wait list for that or not yet. He showed that to me as well.
Paranoid Android wants to know if the new Creep show's been selling.
The new Creep Show sells, but the first issue wasn't that good. It was like 2 stories, and they don't really have a. It's kind of different than the ECs. Like the ECs have a little twist at the end, and both the Creep Show stories didn't have twists at the end.
That's
It was
weird
weird.
because Creep
Yeah.
Show is supposed to be is supposed to be like the EC stories. The
But if you think
Library
about the movies didn't really have twists though either. If you think about it, right?
Well, that's because Stephen King is not as good a writer as L. Feldstein and William Gaines. So he was trying to make those stories feel like EC stories in the movie Creep Show. But I
Like the
mean,
people would get
I
their
guess the Father's Day story, that's kind of the way the EC stories were.
yeah, like they
Um,
would just get their revenge at the end. They
the
would just as
revenge
yeah.
stories, but the really clever twist endings that they would have, especially in their science fiction stories, I guess Stephen King could do it. I don't know. I'm down on Stephen King just the same reason I'm down on Cassandra Peterson and down on a lot of the people I used to like because it turns out they're commies. But I mean, they're maybe not commies. But right now, at this point, if you're on the other side, really our country is our whole country is in the balance right now. I've never seen it like this. This is scary, man. It's so I don't know. You're either with the Gratu army or you're against us. Let's see. Library 88. I need to check out Geiger one day. Oh man, that Junkyard Joe figure looks great. Paranoid Android. Gratu, do you have an original poster of Creep Show? No, I don't. It's a good poster. It's didn't they get an EC artist to do that? Who drew that?
Has he seen my life-size rendition of that poster in physical form?
I don't know. Paranoid Android. Have you seen an episode where Kevin's at home? Because he lives with that. So he's got an actual ticket booth with a corpse guy. Does he have a name? That creep show guy? He says no. He hasn't seen it. Well,
Hopefully it'll be in the store and not maybe by the end of the month. Hopefully,
no, you're bringing it in.
yeah. I'm gonna leave it here where people can see it.
Cool. I have to see it. Well, I don't know what episode to suggest you see it, but anytime that he's, so they did pick up that package, huh?
They picked it up yesterday.
Yeah, because I saw your message. They didn't pick up the package, and then I saw it showed it's arrived at Phoenix. And I thought, whoa, what happened? Did they break in the middle of the night and take the package?
No, I didn't say that they didn't pick it up. I was talking about something else.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
Yeah,
I'm half
you
asleep
misread it. I think
all
I
the
was
time
talking
now.
about. I think I was talking about something that I was sending to somebody in town. Oh,
Oh, you're talking
it said it
about
was
the
going to
post
take 5
office.
days. Yeah, it was. It said it was going to take 5 days for me to send something a few miles away.
Yeah, see, what I was talking to Kevin about is the post office seems to magically slow down right before this election and right before the last election. And that way, on election night, they could say, hey, guys, the post office is slow. We've got to wait another week or two to count all these votes. So they slow them down so people with short memories saying, oh, yeah, the post office, it is slow, and it's all an illusion because quite often it takes 2 3 days to get a package from Kevin. They've been very speedy, then they just suddenly slow down. Have you noticed, Scott, the post office slowing down any lately?
A little bit, a little bit. Like they added, it's like a day or two longer right now.
Yeah, Kevin sent a package with a sticker promoting his store to someone in where the hell Michigan, and the local post office opened up the package and saw there was a sticker, and they demanded that the guy he was mailing it to go and pay like what $30 to get his package because it had promotional material in it. It's
Yeah, if it's media mail, you can't send anything that has any advertising in it in media mail.
You know what though? It doesn't matter anymore because the regular mail is the same price as media mail.
Yeah,
So now I don't.
because
Now I
now
don't. Because they raised media mail, so now I don't even use media mail.
But
yeah,
what if the media mail is a comic book that has ads from 1964 that are not good anymore? Is that still
doesn't
considered
matter. It doesn't matter. It has advertising in it.
Well, there was a guy that ran a comic store and he was selling free comic book day comics to people all over places where they didn't have comic stores, and he was charging a lot of money for books that were supposed to be given away free. But
Yeah,
uh but he was sending a media mail and he was getting some flack from the post office, and I think he was saying, look, they don't have any ads in them. But technically the whole book is an ad for some comic line, but I don't know what ultimately happened. He had some lady that ran some post office all up his you know what about it, and so I don't know how it all panned out.
yeah, because they have the right to, if they suspect something with media mail, they can open it up.
Yeah, but just throwing in a sticker promoting his store as a little freebie.
Yeah, I know that's ridiculous. That's
Yeah,
nuts. But you know,
Yeah, it doesn't even matter anymore because nobody uses media mail because
no,
regular mail it's
all
the
right,
same price now.
yeah,
all
pretty
It
right.
sucks because if you send a DVD now, instead of like $2 or $3, it's like $5.99 to send a DVD in the mail.
much.
Yeah.
And they're gonna kill physical media with that because you're gonna pay more for the shipping than the DVD.
Yeah, because
Well,
what
that's
they
the
do is they throw everything. Before they would separate it. Now they don't. They just throw everything in the same hopper now. They don't bother separating the media mail from the ground anymore.
well the goal is to kill all physical media. They don't want you to own anything that's a physical object. They want it all to be, you know, they just don't want you owning anything. They want you to own nothing and be happy. Um,
Yeah,
but
that's what it's doing that. That's for
not to
sure.
be political or anything like that. I would never do that.
Wouldn't matter who you vote for when you're talking about that.
Yeah.
No.
Look at this, man. It says love, not hate, makes us great. Look at that. Look how the elephant and the donkey are in love with each other. Doesn't that?
Oh,
Oh, look at that. That's even better. Oh, look
just
at
contact Kevin if you're interested in anything
Oh
that
yeah,
he's showing.
that.
that's a redrawing of it. Yeah,
Yeah, isn't
Yeah,
that great? He drew that. I was telling him that would make good stickers in itself. His outsider art version of it.
I'll show you how I did this. I took the sticker and I put it right here, and then I just drew around the outside of it with a pen.
Oh, that's cool.
The outside of the sticker. See how you can see it? And then I
yeah.
took that off, and then I just drew it myself freehand on the inside,
Is
like
that the sticker that
copying.
caused the guy to have to pay a whole lot of money to the post office,
Yeah, he
Kevin?
paid like $16 for that one sticker.
That's what happens when you have Democrats running your town. No one's ever opened a package to me from Kevin here where I'm at. They got to have better things to do, man.
They probably have a lot of fentanyl going into that state from Arizona.
Yeah, it could be. Oh wait, look at that! I went away
Take it
from
off.
him too quickly.
It's just a gorilla. Just a gorilla.
Just a gorilla.
That's the
Oh
little
boy.
red one that you have, right?
Yeah, this was what I drew. This is the stuff I drew. Oh, I don't know, about a month ago.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
vampire
didn't
tooth
someone
guy.
offer $150 for that to you?
Maybe I don't know.
I swear they did, man. Yeah, man. We were thinking maybe someday we should draw during the show and auction off the drawings, or what was the other thing? Maybe do streams where all of us are doing something instead of sitting
Yeah,
here. Like maybe someone's building a model kit and someone else is organizing comics. We're all actually doing something, getting something done during the show. No, that was your idea, not mine. And that sounded like,
yeah.
oh my gosh,
Oh, that was cool.
man, I miss he gets these cool things at Target that look like they're from the 1960s. And
This was like $10 at Target.
damn, man, I wonder if they have any. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to get to Target this Halloween. Uh, so the strike is called off, but there's still other things that could go. You know what's interesting? Did you see that Trump had this prayer to Michael the Archangel that he posted on Truth Social to help us, and that's a very interesting thing. And David
Oh,
Wilcock has been channeling Michael the Archangel for like a year or so, or several years. He's been writing up these things that he's supposedly messages he's received from Michael the Archangel. So then David Wilcock flipped out on Twitter saying, "I can't believe this." So there's interesting stuff going on, man. I don't know. Something biblical, I think, is happening. Um,
I
Great
can't
drawing
find that
fire.
Christopher Lee
P.S.
magazine.
What?
That Christopher Lee magazine, I can't find it.
Yeah, I know what magazine you're talking about. It has him on the cover with some blood dripping, and it's like called Vampires, or is it called Dracula 79? Maybe
It's like something movie monsters or something like that.
it's Warren. I think it was. It came out, and it was because there was a whole bunch of Dracula movies coming out right about that time. There was Dracula with Frank Langella, Love at First Bite, and something else, all at the same time. Maybe Nosferatu remake. P.S. Yes, too. We need to see more of your art too. It's been too long. You should also offer up art for sale to contribute to your fundraising effort. Yeah, I think I've tapped out on that fundraising effort, but yeah, maybe if I sell some art, that might work.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
what we're talking about. Hey,
I
Kevin,
agree.
did you get a phone call from having the phone number up on the screen?
I haven't gotten a call from anybody lately besides Spinner Rack.
Oh, okay. I mean, that would be cool if we were like on screen and I'm holding up the phone number and then somebody called and called people in real
Yeah,
time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we did show those X-Men books, and Spinner Rack came and dropped some significant money on them. So that at least we've made some contribution. Um,
I
um,
wish I knew where I put that magazine though.
well, I didn't. It wasn't sent to me. Do you?
I would have had two of them. I was gonna keep one and I can't find it.
Oh, you had two of them.
I wanted to show a friend the. No, maybe I only bought one because it was expensive. Maybe, huh?
I didn't know that magazine was expensive, but then everything's expensive nowadays. Um,
I
yeah, I
saved
don't know.
these for you. This was a good series. I was looking through it. These Mr. Monsters.
Oh yeah. Did I ask? Are you keeping those, or did I ask you to say?
No, I
Because
have all three issues. It's from 2000.
right, yeah, I was saying. I think I was saying throw them in my pile. But if you're keeping them for
Uh,
yourself, that's cool.
Look, it's romance, recipes, and raw horror, and that is all true. There's
Oh yeah. Well,
recipes.
I love that Mr. Monster stuff. Is that stuff you decided to keep or what?
So there's a no. I was gonna send them to you.
Oh okay.
They're cheap.
Yeah. Well, that's neat. I
There's
know.
no
I
value.
never.
They're so cheap. There's no like you probably find these in quarter bins. But look at when
Gee.
I was looking in this one and it had
I never knew that book existed. I don't. I don't think you would find it in a quarter bin because I don't know if anyone ever. I
I'll pay a quarter for them all day.
huh?
Said I'll pay a quarter for Mr. Monsters all day.
Oh yeah, but did you
I'll
even
pay,
know this
I'll
book
pay-
existed, Scott? This one about his girlfriend.
this.
But that
This is a real recipe right here.
Oh, is it real vampire death chicken? Oh, okay. Yeah, I've
In the
never seen
second
this book.
issue, it talks about like Alan Moore going to write a story in the third issue.
Uh huh.
And then I went to the third issue and I didn't see his name. And I wonder if that didn't happen. It fell through.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah, Alan Moore. Maybe the moon wasn't right. Uh, he was busy summoning the old gods and
So
saying
I didn't even know
singing.
who Mr. Monster was. But he's pretty cool.
Well, Mr. Monster, it turns out he's a Canadian Golden Age superhero that was revived in the 80s by, I didn't know, I was sent by a friend of mine this book that reprints these old stories from Canada. I had no idea he went back. He was an older hero.
Oh, did I send you one of these yet?
No, that was yeah, man. No, yeah, no. We were
I
supposed
didn't
to
do my
promote
job.
that.
Yeah, I didn't do my job. I'm fired.
No, that's all right. When I get the Castle of Frankenstein, you can throw that in there because they'll never open up my mail. We're supposed to promote this. This guy on the other side mentions the show, and this is like a message board like they had in the '90s, when the internet started. I
Yeah,
don't even know.
it's a message board. Yeah, where you can go and post stuff.
I don't know much about that. I'm having trouble with my eyesight looking at phone. I think
Or
this
remember,
iPhone has destroyed my vision that I bought.
remember how hard it was to post a picture on a message board? You had to go to Photo Bucket. You had to put it in there. You had to
Yeah,
copy the little code on the bottom, and then you had to go back to your message board and
right.
post it in there.
Well, I've never did message boards, but it was that way on MySpace. I remember
It's
that.
kind of cool if you think about it, because you had to actually, you couldn't just post any picture. You wanted to make sure it was something worth posting.
Right. Yeah, that was something else. Yeah. Now it's just so easy to throw shit on Instagram. It's not special anymore, but nothing is really.
That's why I want to bring back a little fanzine.
Sure. If you want us to contribute art to it, or if you want to just be the sole artist or whatever, I'll be glad to contribute to anything you do. Uh, I ought to do that myself.
You know what got me to think about it? This little kid came into the store. She's a cool little kid. She had a camera and she was taking pictures of all my cool stuff in here. And she would hit a button on this camera and it printed out like a receipt paper with the photo on it, like a Polaroid, but it was black and white and it was instant. You didn't have to wait.
uh,
So she had this. It was crazy, and I was like, this little kid doing that, and I was like, that would be cool for like fanzines.
yeah. How little a kid was this?
Probably like seven,
Oh, okay.
seven
Yeah,
or eight.
I don't know anything about that. That sounds
Yeah,
cool.
I used to have a Game Boy when the Game Boy came out in '89. It had this little thing that went in the back of your Game Boy, and you could take pictures with your Game Boy and print them out like that. That's what I thought she had, and I was like, wow, she has one of those. And she go, no, it was something. It was like a newer digital camera, maybe from the 2010s,
Uh,
and then it just had thermal paper roll in it. You just have to buy like receipt paper for it.
well,
So you take your
Library 8,
picture, hit a
yeah.
button, prints it out instantly.
Cool. Library 88 says fanzines and zines are the greatest. I always encourage people to make them. I'm starting to find all the original pages and artwork from the fanzine I used to do in the '80s and early '90s, and I'm thinking, well, maybe I can reprint it. But then I realized some of the humor is so politically incorrect that printing it in today's day and age might be not the most advisable thing to do. But maybe I could print small quantities. Oh, but with him as president, it wouldn't matter. That's a pretty good man. How much is that? I mean, I don't know that you're selling that. I mean, how much is it to buy that? How much did you pay for that?
I think I sell these for 30.
Oh, for 30. Oh, you're actually selling that? That's not like part of your collection.
No, this is the biggest selling mask of the year right now.
That particular one,
Hmm.
in your store or in general?
Yeah, he's outselling. He's outselling the Wolfman 2 to 1.
I don't know if you're pulling my leg or
No,
not.
I'm serious. I've sold 2 of these, and I've sold one Wolfman.
Oh, okay. Well, well, in your store, okay, yeah, but I mean, making
It's
me
pretty
think
good. I think it's really good.
that is a good one. Although his hair is now different. He's now
Mhm.
what's
You can
weird now?
puppeteer. You can puppeteer his hair. Look.
I know. Well, now his hair is not yellow anymore. Now it's white. And there are a couple of nights it was purple. and now on the sides you can see the skin because his hair is thinned out. Because he's like pretty much 80 years old, and
Yeah, I saw a close up of him. You can see he's bald now.
yeah, well, he always kind of was. This is an elaborate ducktail, like they did in the 50s to hide that. But
Nobody else has that hairstyle. Only him.
no, now my wife had her hair dyed blonde once, and I styled her hair that way. I don't know. Did I show you that picture? I think we showed Meyer the picture. I said, with that hair, I bet I could comb your hair and make you look like Trump, and it was hilarious. That was back in 2016.
Yeah, you showed it to me. It's a great picture. It's hilarious. It'd be great.
Oh man,
Do it again.
there's he's off
I'm
to make
working on
dog
something
food.
right now. I'm working on this kind of Daniel Johnston Superman punch.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know Daniel Johnston, he was this uh, guy that was a musician that made amazing music, but he was kind of what would you describe his mental condition?
Schizophrenic,
He was schizophrenic. Okay, he had a lot of issues going on, but he
manic
was,
depressive, bipolar disorder, borderline personality.
yeah,
He
all
had a
of that,
bunch of diagnoses.
everything. But he was
Plus, he was an
fascinated.
idiot. Not an idiot. He was an autistic savant.
Savant, right? Yeah, he was a genius, but he was
Yeah,
obsessed with Casper, Captain America, and the devil. And he'd do all these drawings combining, Captain America fighting the devil and
Casper. A lot of Casper
crucifixes
to
and
go.
Casper. It was in a lot of these pictures. Yeah, look up Daniel Johnston art on the internet. You'll see what it looks like. Nice. Oh, Library 88. Nice. I have a Captain America drawing by Daniel Johnson. I bought. It's John Stun, right, with a T. I
Yeah,
bought it from him at one of his shows for $50. Oh, that's a good deal.
yeah, that's great.
He passed away, I believe, a few years ago. Um, oh, he's got black lights going.
There we go.
Let's see if
Now
this guy.
this black light, I think maybe isn't the best thing for your vision.
You're not supposed to stare right at it.
Well, I wouldn't want to be around it a long period of time. I don't know. Or fluorescent light in general. I think that does the number. Oh, look at that.
Oh, cool.
This is this little thing you bought at Target. It's much better than the old fluorescent bulb tubes. It's just a little thing the size of a hairbrush, right? And it
Yeah,
changes colors. Oh, that's far superior to the 70s long bulbs.
yeah. It's like an LED indoor outdoor.
And it and
There's
it
Lois Vader.
oh, could you hear that?
Mhm.
Imagine someone tuning into this show and hearing that with these images. Like, what the hell have I stumbled into? Um, man, Jehoshaphat. So,
Yeah, I don't know how these LED lights work.
yeah, I have no clue. Hey, what are some of the? I keep trying to think of comic titles that maybe Scott might have. What are some of the most obscure and weird stuff that you have in your stuff for sale that you can think of, Scott?
I've got lots of 80s, early 80s independents. They're net craze.
Hmm.
There's just so many of them to think of. A lot of horror type stuff in there, everything splatter, all
There were a
this.
lot of There were a lot of comics that reprinted pre-code horror during that time, like Tales Too Terrible to Tell.
Yep, yep.
And then there was the Craig Yo line from about 10 years ago. I didn't get all of those. The weird, were weird titles that had color reprints of pre-code horror and romance and weird romance, and I wish I'd gotten more of those. Do you have many romance comics for sale?
I have some Charltons,
Okay.
some Charlton stuff. That's pretty much it. Um, that's other stuff. Whenever I see romance, I do try to buy. I buy them up if I
Yeah.
can find them. But you don't see that much either. Romance is another one you don't see much of.
Yeah,
Uh,
because it wasn't saved by the type of comic collectors. It was more read by girls. Um, the Charlton stuff is probably not easily pulled out. It's somewhere else. I mean, the
yeah,
Charlton romance.
I can pull that stuff some the next time.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah, or yeah, just any of the more obscure companies. What about what about that line that reprinted old stuff in the early '60s called Super Comics? Do you know what I
Oh, I
mean?
mean the ones with the triangle thing. They had the triangle symbol. Doesn't come to mind the exact the superior supreme.
Something like that. But there
Yeah,
was one that has a girl on the cover with kind of a red, white, and blue kind of Wonder Woman almost outfit, and I've always see people show that, and I always think I'd like to get that comic. I don't
yeah,
remember what it's called.
yeah. Because yeah, they would literally steal the interiors, put their own cover on it or something, and
Right.
they ended up getting shut down. They finally cut up to them and shut them down.
Right. Do you have any of the Charlton Tarzan bootleg comics?
No, no,
Right.
but
And that too,
I might be getting, like I said, I'm working on that Dell collection, and I know they have a complete run of Tarzan
Ah.
from right from one all the way through. Starting in I believe it's Tarzan started in '49, the Dell run.
Mm,
Claw too, is the guy that produces this record, is he in the chat?
let me see. What's it called? It's
It's
only
called
15 people watching, so I kind of doubt it. What's it
well,
called?
there's a good chance because that's how he found me. Was
Oh, well, maybe.
tell him to reach out to me. 'Cause I'm
But
supposed to.
hold it where we can see the. Oh, there we go. The name of the band
Hold
is what? Oh, you're trying to
on,
make it glow?
yeah, I'm gonna charge it up. Should glow now. See how bright it glows. It's pretty bright.
Oh,
Look, you
damn.
can see where my hand was. See where my hand was holding it.
Yeah, man. If the music's no good, it'd make a good frisbee. But I'm sure it's good. No offense to if you're in the chat. um, but what's the name of the band again?
He called me a few times, but I haven't heard back from him since I've gotten these. I don't know what he
Un-
wants me to do with them, like give them away or sell them.
Undead Damon. Damon Davis, and he said that he saw you on my show.
Oh, I
Yeah, and
remember
sent.
this. I remember this.
Is that a guy that came from Horror Mike's show?
I have no idea. He lives in California, I believe.
Okay, it seems like I remember Horror Mike talking about a guy that made music.
Yeah, just if he's watching, just have him call me.
Yeah,
Um,
what's on the picture sleeve of that?
so I think it's a picture of him. Hold on.
Okay.
Well, Gato, I'm gonna leave. My phone's about to run out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I see. Oh well. Yes. Cool. Well, we'll see you soon.
All right.
Um, so Sunday is usually a good day for you.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's really nice talking to you, Scott. I really appreciate you coming on. This has been neat.
Take it
Cool
easy,
talking.
guys.
Take
Good
care.
meeting you. Good
Welcome.
meeting you.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, I'm about maybe 1 minute away from being done.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
me too. My phone's dying too. I'm not just
Yeah,
saying that. My
we're
phone's
all
dying.
dying. We're all dying. If you look at it in the cosmic sense, I'm just kidding. No, we'll live forever. Let's see. Solo layout. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. Exit solo layout. What am I trying to do here?
If you're going live tomorrow, I have some masks coming in tomorrow.
Well, if I go, I want to watch the Trump. He's going back to Butler, Pennsylvania, where they almost killed him. So I want to
Yeah.
watch that. And and while I watch that, I'm going to try to, oh, hold on. I'm going to try to bid on, not bid, but get some of these $2 comics so I can get my order. Okay. And so if I do a live stream, it'll probably be early in the morning. I don't even know if I'll do, Sunday's
What
more
time is
likely.
this? What time is he going to be on?
What, to Trump?
Yeah,
Um, I don't know. I would imagine around 4 or 5. What does it say at the top? I can't read it on my tiny screen. Do you
So
have any
we
of the
hope that you have
Charlton
the
comic
Charlton
bootleg
comic
Tarzan?
bootleg
Oh,
Tarzan.
is that supposed to be me?
No, it's just a quote from the show.
Oh, okay. I thought it was supposed to be me because I think I said that.
No. When I was done drawing it, in order to fill space, I was waiting for somebody to say something that was funny or cool or something, and so you just
Yeah,
said that. So that's
that's
what
not
was good.
something you hear people say very often, is it?
No,
so you could
what was
put a
funny about
G, put a G on the instead of an S.
that's what was funny about it was that it was kind of a G on the
Put a
A
G
G.
on it, and instead of an S. Yeah,
Oh, on the Superman. What would G
oh
stand for?
because then that could be you. Yeah.
well I
Oh,
drew
for
the
that too.
mustache at
Oh,
the
hey,
very
I did
end.
that flew right over my head.
I drew the mustache at the end just to make it like less serious because I didn't want anybody to take it too serious, you know.
Well, look at John Goris says it reminds him of Basil Wolverton. That's quite a
Oh
compliment.
wow, pointillism. Super rough. That's it. That's
Yeah.
the drawing for tonight, everybody.
Yeah, man. We're probably winding down. I think I need. What the hell time is it? Oh, it's ten
Yeah,
It's
oh
eight
eight. It's
o'clock
not that
here.
late. It's
it's eight
earlier for
o'clock.
you
10
guys.
o'clock your time. Yeah, I'm
Um,
tired. I had a long day
yeah.
too.
Oh, yeah, man. I've been up. Well,
Yes, sir.
I've been up since before 5 o'clock. I did a show like,
Yeah.
let's see. It's been a day. But yeah, I've been looking forward to seeing it every time he appears. Scott appears from Last Frontier Comics. He's got great stuff. I'm watching this on Rumble. I recorded Trump's town hall, and then to fill out the disc, I've been recording this coverage Laura Loomer's doing of the debate from the other night. And
Oh, I haven't.
this Laura Loomer has a live show. This is from a few days ago. She has this live show on Rumble, and I've been cutting out all these commercials. They keep going to commercials. It's ridiculous. But
Oh, there's a Robin's little communicator device or whatever. What is that? A bat
but
walkie-talkie?
yeah. So the press says that Laura Loomer is the most horrible thing in the world. So that makes me think I need to like watch the Laura Loomer show.
Yeah. Whenever I hear the same, I like her.
And she,
You like her more.
Meyer, you know what sucks about this figure? I was worried about.
What?
It's his cloth is staining him.
what?
Oh, I hate that, dude. I hate when that happens.
But how how often does that happen?
Sometimes it happens. It just has to do with the quality or the type of the plastic and the dye in the fabric.
So, but if you
It's
don't
okay
move
if I
the
don't. If I don't.
shirt up,
So this type of stuff happens in a lot of these products, high-end figures like this. So I have figures that I bought like 10 or 15 years ago that I have barely taken out of the box and had on display for limited amounts of times, and otherwise been in the box the entire time. But over time, the things like this happen, right? Kevin knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens in the package. Like when you open it, it's already there.
Yep.
Oh, that sucks.
With a figure like this, I'm not going to be removing his shirt, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Different kinds of figures. When you remove shirts, like a wrestling figure, when you need to remove the shirt, then it's a problem. It's not much
yeah,
of a problem for this figure.
yeah.
Unless you get him in a
I would.
dynamic pose. If you get him in a real dynamic pose and the shirt comes up.
Yeah, well, yeah, you'd have to kind of worry about people that are undressing Robin figures too much. Um, yeah, it'll be okay, but yeah, when you pay that much for something, you kind of don't expect green arms. But I'd like to see the Batman
Yeah, me
that
too.
goes with that Robin because it's going to be pretty spectacular looking. I'm thinking.
I'm gonna have him going up the wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have him climbing up the wall.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. I think it's a neat idea for a display option to have them climbing up the wall like that.
If you could build a fake wall, then you could take any kind of weird action figure and make him the guest star of the week that talks to Batman and Robin
Yeah,
through the
we're
window.
talking about it. Like
And
you
it could be,
slide a picture in the window of like Sammy Davis Jr. or Frank Sinatra or Peter Lawford.
Hey, go watch that
Earl Bailey.
that
Who
dark
else would
that that Dark Ride Dracula. Go watch that and listen to the interview, and then tell me what you guys think about. James Warren. He asked him what James Warren's favorite monster is, and
right?
listen to his answer, and then get back to us about that.
I haven't gotten that far in the video. I haven't seen that.
Because his answer was not what you expect, and I want to know what you guys think about it.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Well, I don't really know that James Warren was really a big monster guy. He was just, I mean, he wanted to be Hugh Hefner. He just stumbled on a fad
Did,
that
did you know
happened to be more.
He dated Betty Page for 2.5 weeks?
Mm-mm. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and
No.
remind me what Betty Page's real first name is. He even says it on there.
Well, I thought it was Betty May or something. I don't know.
It's like Carolyn or something. Her real name.
I didn't know that that wasn't her name. I could have sworn I saw her high school yearbook and it said Betty, but who knows? Um, yeah, that's interesting, man. I didn't know. I need to watch that.
I saw
Yeah,
about the first 15 minutes of it, and I saw that part in the teaser. Like they teased that in the beginning in the edit. They I think he asked them, "So did you know Betty Page?" And Jim Warren said yes, and then he laughed. They laughed like, "Oh."
okay. He's looking down at it. What'd you say?
He's
That
playing
is pretty
Tetris.
good.
So
That is pretty
it
good.
reminds me of playing Tetris. It looks great. Calling for an Uber. Talking to Aunt Harriet about something. Maybe you don't see McFarlane hasn't made one Aunt Harriet figure yet, and I'm pissed off about it because I'm pushing 60 and I find elderly women are attractive to me now. I click on the mature section on Pornhub just
Oh,
reflectively, like it just happens reactively all of a sudden. And all of a sudden it happened. So they need I want an Aunt Harriet figure.
Well, Aunt Harriet, yeah. The It's weird when you realize that, Barbara Billingsley was so much younger than you are now in Leave It to Beaver, and when she used to seem like this older lady. Uh,
Is this how
What
he
was his
holds in the
name
show,
again?
or does he just hold it with one hand?
um, I don't really remember that used that often, but that looks perfectly. That looks good. Holding it with both hands looks right to me.
Yeah, it looks right to me too. I don't. I think he had. I think that he was doing it with two hands.
Yeah, it makes sense because of the way it's shaped. Looks like it's a two hand thing. Ugh.
It's one of those Tiger, like a Tiger Electronics Double Dragon game
Yeah.
with antenna. On the
All
show,
right,
those antenna were scoping. Those antenna scoped out like they.
I got blue blockers.
Oh,
I need that. I think that's what's effing up my eyes, possibly. But my eyes are definitely there. The cabal is doing something to my eyes through some secret ray or through this iPhone. I don't know what it is, or it could just be
Remember
old
that
age that just.
that guy tried to warn us in the '90s about the with the blue blocker infomercial. Remember?
Yeah,
yeah.
I should
You
have
can
listened.
intercept the messages with the blue blockers. I think is what they were saying in the infomercial. Is that in order to
Remember he had a
intercept
rap song.
messages?
Remember he had a
Yeah.
rap song and everything.
Man, I don't know. It's not.
Yeah, he had a rap song.
Hmm. Man. Oh,
These aren't even powerful.
well. Um. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna really do a get deeply into fixing up the house tomorrow and cleaning and watching Donald Trump. And I'm going to get up early in the morning because that channel that Friar Tuck told us to put on Roku, that once you get there, it has all these different channels. He's
Yeah.
right. Early on Saturday, they do have a little bit of Marvel superheroes, Iron Man, Captain America,
Oh,
and then it's followed by Space Ghost and Birdman. And they do everything, and the commercials in between are actually 1990s commercials from the Cartoon Network.
interesting. Okay,
So it's
that sounds good. It yeah. What was
oh, and
that called?
they have like Fantastic Four and Spider-Man, the 60s ones. I mean,
Oh, with the
all
little
most of
commercials
that.
on them.
What was that
What
channel called? It was
it's
called
called?
Boomerang.
It's
Boomerang. Boomerang.
well, the channel that it's on. I forget
Right. In the
what.
'90s, the channel was called Boomerang. That '90s
Yeah,
those commercials in between there are from that, probably from that
yeah.
network.
So what I don't remember what the name of this app is called. You just have to go back to that last Saturday's live stream, and somewhere like in the 10th hour, Friar
Right.
Tuck is talking about it, you'll find out the name of it. But once you get there, it's called Toonami Aftermath, and that's the channel that has that stuff. Most of the stuff you could get from the Internet Archive database, whatever, and you can beam it to your Roku and record it that way. But I thought I'll record that, and then I'll record the Trump lead up from Right Side Broadcasting, and then I'll
You
and I
think
guess
Elon Musk
we'll.
is going to be up on the stage with him? I heard
If,
Elon say that he was going to be there tomorrow.
oh, I don't know, but I this is going to be a big one because this is him coming back to that, and I'm sure he's going, and I think he's planning on starting. Like starting a speech, and as I was saying, something like that. because he only got about
Before you were so rudely interrupted.
something like
Before I
that.
was
Yeah,
so
he was only about 10 minutes into the speech when that happened. Well, you don't call them speeches because they're more like improv. I mean, he kind of knows the routine, but he's that's that's not easy to do. That the competition, they have to have it all written out for them, and they can only go about 20 minutes. He goes for several hours, and
Is it going to be inside or is it going to be outside?
I don't know.
I
I
don't know
don't. I
either.
just don't know. But I mean, if I was, it seems like he'd want to just do it outside, just to. But I mean, he's going to be heavily protected, I would think.
Is the mainstream covering it or are they not covering it?
Well, I think they would cover this, but it was weird how the last time he was there at that location, that was the first time CNN covered like almost like they knew what was going to happen. Like when Roger Stone's home got raided, the CNN cameras were there, and it was supposed to be a secret raid, but they were there waiting because they'd been tipped off that it was going to happen, and they wanted the news media of CNN to have the footage of them coming in and arresting Roger Stone in his underwear for being a friend of Trump or whatever. So anyway, that's what I want to watch. That's my fun. It's better for me than the Super Bowl. And
I have a
so
couple things I have to do in the morning, and then I just have to do a little bit of cleaning. But otherwise, I'm just completely done. So I'm gonna do the
yeah,
same thing you're doing. I'm
you,
gonna
you need to relax
watch
because
Trump.
everything starts on Sunday for you, right? As far as the
Yep,
yeah.
yep, yep.
All right. Well, yeah. I guess I won't speak. I mean, well, I'm not at least on the air. Maybe I'll talk to you out, off the air. But before, when you last appear on here, you'll have probably finished the move. Um,
Yeah, that's right. That's
but
right. It'll probably be early next week. It'll be early next week, and I will be done. I will be moved to a whole new surroundings. It's gonna be
so if you want to keep up on the status of what's going on with Meyer, go to his channel and I'm sure he'll have little tiny updates, if not longer ones, and then next weekend you'll probably be unpacking.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
I will.
so, uh,
You have to go film from Anthony's shop too once you're out there.
Yeah, I will. Yep. I've been looking at
yeah, we
the
would need to
map.
see that that automobile memorabilia antique store too from the inside, that old gas station. That'll be fun to
There's
see.
lots of places to look at, lots of things to see that are all within walking distance. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Let's see what he's got here, man.
Record stores, comic stores, one comic store, bookstore. Oh, that's
Man,
great.
if you could take a photograph of that, a high quality photograph of that image, and put it on Instagram, that might go viral. Like the lost episode of Batman that you never saw. Robin experimenting on a fentanyl victim. Oh man. Well, I'm glad your dog is enjoying Gentle Giant's dog food, Kevin, and
Yeah, I gotta
Martin.
go home right now and feed him some. Maybe I'll
Well,
do a testimonial. Maybe I can get on that bag.
oh
Yeah.
shit, you got to do some videos tomorrow, Meyer, like last walk to the beach and stuff like that, and you got to do an episode with your friend. Maybe get in the car and drive around for at least a little while. You got to try to do some of that stuff. At least that's what I'd want to see. That's my dream of your last day. But I'm sure you got a lot of this stuff to do.
We'll just see what happens. Every day is kind of a anything can happen day, so I try not to plan too much.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how it all works out. But yeah, something like that might happen. We'll see. I shoot everything in one take. So sometimes it doesn't work out. What I shoot sometimes doesn't work out. And so, you know what I mean? So I don't like,
Right.
it's all spontaneous. Every
Yeah,
video
I
pretty
know
much.
the shoot it all in one take thing. That's all I've ever done. Well, I guess we'll head on out, guys, and um, I will see you soon, everybody.
All right. See you
Um,
guys later.
all right, take care. If you guys want to
Okay,
hang out
thanks.
for a second after the show, I'll talk to them. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.